God, I wonder if this thing was recording because I didn't hit go live yet. Um, but I see we got Leroy Johnson, I believe, up to speak. So I'm gonna let you go. Um, I did change residences recently, like really recently. Like I just moved all this crap in here yesterday, and I spent the better part of last week moving out of one place and then moving into another, and working in between that and getting 2 hours of sleep here and 2 hours of sleep there. So I am drained, energy wise, but I gotta figure out a way to get my flags up for the YouTube. Um, Fresh walls. I gotta figure out a way. I use these little sticky things that are supposed to peel off at the last spot. When I tried to peel it off, the paint peeled off with it. So I gotta figure out something. You got it, Leroy.
Hey, I know you probably was expecting a man's
Oh
voice.
God. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, so you said that in order to really increase like our numbers, that the diaspora would have to, like, we would have to integrate them with us and to boost our numbers. But like, do you think that will eventually lead to erasure for an
Oh man.
ethnocide for Black
Right, right, right.
Americans?
Of course, of course. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely. No. If so, I think I set that up to say that if they came over here on code, as people say, or at least intending to reinforce what we're already doing. Um, Now, again, we tend to talk in overgeneralizations, and I can't say that 100% of the diasporans are going to be off code or working against us, because there's probably going to be some percentage of them that are either very neutral or that actually do true allyship. And for me, true allyship simply means you're willing to sacrifice, and if necessary, sacrifice it all at the same level as the people you claim to be allies with. So there's likely to be a small percentage of allies, there's likely to be a large percent of neutral, and then there's likely to be some percentage of people who are just totally against Black American descendants. So that requires vetting and constant, watch and keeping an eye on folks. And they say trust but verify, all of those things, just like you would do in any other population or any other group on the planet. Some of these states do have some enclaves of diasporans in them, and so that's something that you kind of got to keep in mind. There is this historical pan-Africanism, quote unquote, within some parts of Black America, and it does vibrate throughout some of these areas. Um, so, in a real world experience versus what happens on the app, when you go to the churches, some of these churches are called African Methodist AME churches, you know what I mean? And they have festivals where they dress up in African cloth and different things of that nature. So it's going to be a thing where um, through building relationships that you find time and examples, real world examples, to point out, hey, look at what this person is doing, look at how they're moving, look at how they um whatever it is, how they are not necessarily helping Black Americans, how they're not defending Black Americans, how they're seem to be in competition with Black America. I think it becomes easier to have that conversation with, well, once you got to be in a relationship with the people, and then two, you've kind of got to have a real world example to point out. But if you, and because I've had this experience, if you go into a different state, different community, and you lead with that, most people are just going to shut down because they're not they're not having that experience. They're not witnessing that, just like they're not even witnessing white democracy. And that, you know, a lot of these people are still black and brown in each other to death, like literally black and brown in each other to death. But everything that they say black and brown to, it really only applies to black, and it's all negative. But because the Democrat Party and the programming, indoctrination, and the news services, they keep saying that, our people have kind of picked it up and they're running with it. But again, like the issues, that the gentrification that we deal with, the lack of funding, you know, the issues with school, and just, I mean, everything, doesn't matter what it is, it's all us. We keep black and brown in these issues. And that's an unfortunate thing, but it's a complicated conversation, but it's not something to lead with, in my opinion. I think you got to lead with Black American lineage, Black American descendants. Let's focus on us. Let's put our energy into us. Um, you know, let's just build up Black America. And then all those other things, which are kind of peripheral issues, they would actually naturally take care of themselves if we had a majority of Black American descendants. That, like, those other issues would become less and less relevant, because we would have the authority, we would have the power, we would be able to write the laws and make it easier for our people to gain access to resources. Um, so yeah, I mean, I hope that answers the question. I see Alexis came up. I'm gonna let her go, and then we'll come back to Miss Leroy.
Oh, Miss Leroy can go ahead. I was just going to mention something about the African Methodist Episcopal Church really quickly.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Since you brought them up.
Okay.
But Miss Leroy can go before me if she had something else.
Also, this is. I know you have to go like by my Twitter name, but I do want to let y'all know that this is not my real name. My mom would never name me Leroy, but I just, you know, I'm up all night, like constantly, like thinking about like the issues and like what's happening now and how it's gonna be like way worse in the future, and it's just something that I'm constantly thinking about. Like, do you think we will eventually wake up in this? You know, and I know this is kind of more of like a ignorant question, because in order for our people to wake up, you know, some of us, it doesn't even really have to be a lot of us. Some of us can, you know, start the work. And I mean, I think we're doing that now with, you know, the delineation, reparations conversation, the voting. But like, I just worry so much that we're playing into our own genocide. And I don't know, like, I just don't know what we see for ourselves in the future.
Yeah, those are very valid concerns. Because everything, if you're paying attention, supports everything you just stated. If we take the time to think about it, how many people are in government, either in a city, in a state, in a county, at the federal level? It's got to be less than a fraction of a percent of a fraction of a percent. And so it's not going to be 100% of the people that are involved in governing or running for office or making the decisions that are, you know, most beneficial to our population. So it really is like the 12 disciples sort of situation, where you need to find those people who are vetted, who are dedicated to a Black American agenda, Black America first, and who are willing to make the sacrifices, which means move, support, financially and otherwise, the people who live in these states because of residency requirements. It's likely that local um, um, citizens, voters, will be the ones who have to run for these offices initially. You know, for the first few election cycles, you'll have to establish residency if you want to run in a local, county, state position. I think in some states, the governorship, you gotta live there for 7, sometimes 10 years. They're all different. Um, so it's about a partnership. That's why again that golden plus sign is there. It's about establishing this partnership between the descendants of the migrationists. Now I was in a space, I don't know, it was months and months and months and months ago, and I was in the space with somebody who kind of rubs me the wrong way, and I've learned to avoid any interactions with that individual. But um, I stated very clearly, I am a migrationist, and that is my focus. I love the reparations conversation because it has activated a part of Black America politically that is required, to be perfectly honest, in order to um, produce a reverse migration back to the states where in which we can gain political control. So you needed the reparations movement in order to wake people up enough that the migration movement could partner with that movement. And when I wrote the book, that's why I put Black Reparations, Black State of America in the title, because it really was about marrying the two together, the energy. um but yeah, so we need both. And if I had to choose between one or the other, um you know I would choose the authority that states hold, because that authority, the way the country is designed, would provide comprehensive protection, empowerment, and ultimately prosperity for our people that would be generational, that could and should last as long as the country lasts. It would be as if Reconstruction was allowed to develop wholly without any interruption, and our population thrived in those southern states. Um, that's essentially what the whole reverse migration, black migration is all about. Um, but yeah, in terms of the numbers, um, I don't know. I'm in, off the top of my head. I'm trying to. I know in Delaware, I think there's 21 state senators, 41 House Assembly members. There's the governor, lieutenant governor. So that's like 61, 2, 3, 4, 64. And then you go to the county and local and city council. So there's only 3 counties in that state. So you're probably looking at less than 4, maybe 500 elected individuals in a state of 1 million people. So you're never going to be in a situation where 1 million people go and vote on every single piece of legislation, or 1 million people give their whole total input and ideas and thoughts about whatever's going on. This is the way to process this representative government process is you need to really understand who the person is, their character, and monitor them constantly, to ensure that they stay on task and stay Black American first in everything that they do. I think the first signs, especially at the state level, where you can recall people. I think the first signs that they're starting to do things that are either anti-Black American and or not pro-Black American, I think you got to start, being ready to rein them in first with a conversation, then maybe with some sort of town hall discussion, and then you move straight to recall. Like what's going on in Chicago with that mayor. If this was a Black majority state and we were wholly organized, we would have moved to recall him months ago. Like it wouldn't be this long, drawn out back and forth process. It would simply be, and especially the way he came in. Oh, we found 60 million, whatever it was, $100 million. We found this $100 million laying around. Let's just give it to all the illegals. That was so insanely disrespectful and criminal, in my opinion. Um, but yeah, it just changes everything. Just changes everything. So, brother Darren's got his hand up.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Black Majority State, Alexis, and others. I've seen exactly what you got going on HBO. I don't know if you've seen the program itself. HBO kind of runs everything for a month. But and I had the same question I'm presenting you with. Has there been a dovetail of people to get this started? And what I mean by that, say for instance, on a grassroots level, has there been an interface with college students, letting them know what the future plans are? Has there been, because those particular states, there's large blocks of land in Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina. I've driven and flown over all those states, and man, there's chunks of land that can be developed. The reason I bring up colleges is because you got the STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. Because houses going to be built, roads going to be built, communities going to be built, schools going to be built, and But what Alexis was saying earlier about making this all possible, has there been a coordinated effort as far as putting principal people together to spearhead this? And I'll land with that.
Yeah, so that's an awesome question, and a question that we get often. So let me see. I think you were referencing the Charles Blow documentary. Let me see. South to Black Power is the title of it. We actually live streamed that on the day it premiered. At the time it premiered on Funded Socially. So hopefully the Only Male Cruz is able to upload that to her community over there, and it'll be available for those who may not have access to HBO or Max. But it was a really informative documentary. He has a beautiful family, Southern Louisiana family, and he was able to travel around the country. It was filmed before the 2022 midterms, and so there was every state he went to, essentially some Democrat candidate that he either got in touch with them or some representative of them, and it wasn't nuts and bolts, and the way he wrote his book also wasn't really nuts and bolts. It was more about the feeling and the vibe, and I guess trying to inspire people to think in this way. He certainly has elevated the conversation, but even in that video, now he's somebody who has a certain level of wealth, I must assume, connections and access. He showed a picture of himself next to Obama and Michelle and the woman that he was down there interviewing. I guess they were at the White House. and even in his book, he talks about all these famous people that he knows. So he has access. He has essentially taken up the cause for majority black states. I, it was so interesting because like most of his talking points, I could search my account and we could find word for word things that he stated in that documentary. So I think it's just divine energy, divine information that's coming from a divine source. And so, to your question, it's a growing sentiment, it's a growing desire, um, and it's always been in our population. We have been derailed, we have been disrupted, we have been pushed in different directions in the past. But we always desired self-governance. We always desired, in fact, to have black state to ourselves, to govern ourselves. And so I don't I think in that in that documentary he said, who am I? Because the one lady, I think it was in Atlanta, where they were kind of joking, and she said, well, oh no, matter of fact, I take it back. It was a gentleman in um Mississippi, I believe, not the mayor, but some other gentleman. And they're laughing, and he's saying, he's like, well, who's going to do it? And they're laughing back and forth. He says, well, you are going to do it. You're going to be the one to do it. And they're kind of laughing a little bit about that. But the reality, I think he expressed the fact that he doesn't have the capacity on his own to do it, right? And nobody really does, to be quite honest. I don't care how wealthy you are, because if you paid for everybody to move, you may end up with some buyer's remorse. You may end up with some people who are coming there for the wrong reasons, who actually end up being the opposite of what you really want. So we focus on Delaware. We mention Mississippi as often as we can. I've gotten away from talking about the 8 states. I've gotten away from saying the South, quote unquote, because the reality of it is we got to be hyper focused on the state and or states where the potential is the greatest, because you're it's kind of one of those things where you may only get one authentic, legitimate shot at this particular movement, because if you fail, people are going to take that as a omen almost. I've been in spaces where people have tried to assert that we've tried to do this before and it failed and it failed and it failed, and that's the reason why, because God doesn't want it to happen, or there's some mystical power out there that's preventing it from happening, which is utter garbage. The mystical power is white degeneracy. In the future, the mystical power is going to be Hispanic degeneracy, and Asian degeneracy, to be quite honest. So we have to win. We have to be successful. We've got to make calculated decisions that lead to success. It has to be very predictable. So, and the other thing is, I'm very confident that once we start winning elections and we start taking over mayoralships, and eventually we get some county positions and we take over county executive, I think that that's going to feed upon itself. It's going to build upon itself. And then eventually people will know, the stories will be written. And it'll just create that, what do they call it? Critical mass that everybody mentions, everybody talks about. And then, it'll be a thing where when our people see it and they experience it, and then people are, because I mean, we live in this global society with the digital world, so like things are happening in real time. You could see it in real time. It's not like you got to wait for somebody to write the story and put it on a newspaper, wait for somebody to write an entire book like in the past. It's people are getting rapid information, And so the same way a video clip goes viral for whatever reason, I believe that this is something that when proven will go viral across the planet, and our people who are very responsive will move quickly, and at some point they just won't be able to be stopped. um so that's kind of where I'm at, after really being in this mindset for the past 4, 5, 6 years, and initially thinking we need a black swan event, we need some cataclysmic event to push people. This immigration wave to me is likely that event. This should be the thing that pushes people, because I mean, if we're being honest, you're already getting pushed out. um Whether it's through them pushing people into the community, them Hispanification in the community, them gentrification in the community. you know um it's so crazy, because when I moved from the one apartment, which was just a building with 3 apartments in it, and pretty much familiar faces as the other tenants, but now I'm in this bigger building with more people, and I'm noticing that because this whole neighborhood was really like major Anglo-Saxon, right? Probably like Eastern European, to be honest, over time. But it's an aging, dying community, that type of thing. And because in the city, the rents are double and triple what I'm paying here, this building is starting to brown or blacken. Um, and we know that there's that whole 10% rule. So when 10% of the neighborhood turns black, then they start selling. The white flight kicks in, right? And as I was moving stuff in and out of here, and I've been in and out a couple times throughout the day, I'm just like, yeah, I got the vibe. I could just feel the sense of they're thinking it's time to go, right? Because I've probably seen 3 or 4 other neighbors who look like me, that type of situation. Um, and like, these are things that you cannot change. I was in a space where someone was talking about, all we got to do is we got to get into the school curriculum. We got to do an Anne Frank. We got to teach the kids at a young age, yada, 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 Black American history, yada, yada, boom, 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 bing, 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 bing. And I'm thinking, you want to spend the next 40, 60 years trying to change the minds of these people and their children? Like, why would anybody think that that's going to be effective at all? I just don't. That just boggles my mind. These people are what they are. We got to accept that. I think part of our problem is not the people obviously in these spaces, but the collective is thinking that you could change the hearts and minds of these people, and you can. You simply got to accept the people for who and what they are, and then make the best possible decision with that information. Um, let's go to Miss Alexis.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Gray. It's been a long time. I know. I got a few minutes. I wanted to jump in. And honestly, I really just wanted to say, obviously, I still love the idea, but it was around when you were talking about different diaspora institutions, and you mentioned the AME Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church. I don't know that you were saying that specifically to call it an organization that was founded by diasporans. I don't know if that's what you were saying, but it was not founded by anyone other than Richard Allen, who was formerly enslaved in Delaware. I'm not sure when he got his freedom or when he bought it, but he did found the African Methodist Episcopal Church. I did not grow up AME. I grew up CME, which was in the South, and they're different denominations, namely because the CME forms out of the Methodist Church in the South, where it was sanctioned by them. But anyway, it was not founded by people anywhere than other from this soil. So Richard Allen was formerly enslaved in Delaware. So, and also, just so you know, Mother Emanuel Church, where the Dylan Root shot up the people in we murdered the people in South Carolina, was an AME church. Sadly, it was an AME church. Allen University is an AME school. Edward Waters College is an AME school. So it's one of our organizations. I want to be very clear about that. It's one of ours. Just wanted to say that. And also, still love the idea. I did get to see the documentary, or the, I guess, movie, whatever you call it, with Charles Blow. And one of the things I wanted to say, and I kept screaming at the TV, is like, you don't need 40 million people to do this, Charles. You do not need 40 million people. You do not need 40 million people to move anywhere. And I think that's one of the things that we oftentimes get caught up. No, you don't need 40 million people. You just need like X number of 100,000 people to go to Delaware, X 100,000 people to go to Mississippi. That's it. So I'll be quiet and step down now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to the first part, but for the second part, did you notice the Democrat allegiance or alliance throughout that documentary? Did you sense that?
You know, I did not sense that specifically, but I wouldn't be surprised about it, because I cannot imagine Republicans in Mississippi who wanted to do the takeover of Jackson, Mississippi, bringing him down there to talk with them. I could imagine they weren't very receptive to his message. What really stuck out to me, though, was when he was talking to the lady in Atlanta, Janine, who had come from Grambling. I really enjoyed the interaction he had with her when she was talking about the things there. And, it definitely was a, kind of an awakening for people when he was talking to them. And even people who had come from this other, like, I don't know if we could go back or we should or whatever. To me, it's always a little disheartening when people feel that way. But just hearing Janine talk about, with everything that's going on in the South. And listen, I'm a Southern girl. I am. I love the South. And when she said, with all the history, I still feel safe here. That just resonated with me, because it's my own personal experience as well. So that really resonated. But yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised that Republicans in Mississippi weren't happy to have Charles Blow down there talking about taking over their state. Because, and I want us to be very clear here, this is not something either party really cares to happen, because we don't have to play by, clearly, in Congress, we can caucus with whichever side we need to caucus with at the time, but the way we run in the state doesn't have to be anything like the Democrats or Republicans are doing it anywhere in this country. Right. It does not have to be. It can be completely separate, or in a much differently envisioned manner. And that's what they're not going to like. Neither party's going to care for that.
Yeah, great.
Hey, Black. Sorry I'm late, guys. Hello, Alexis. How you doing?
I'm well. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, sorry I'm late. So what's going on, Black?
Not much. Let me respond to Miss Alexis. We really want is for people in the South to try to express if they have any concerns about our folks moving down to these states, because that gets expressed in different places. Atlanta is really one of the places where I think, based on videos that I've seen, and I'll call it testimony, that there was some conflict there in some way, shape, or form, from it being the Black Mecca and essentially everybody coming down there from all over the place and not necessarily coming there for the best reasons. We played that one Atlanta video a couple weeks ago, which was like, wow, like, oh damn, that the street life of all these different areas converging together down there, which was really wreaking havoc down there. But yeah, so that's essentially what it is. It's just trying to gauge the people's temperature, knowing that, again, 8 million of us have already migrated to this quote unquote South area since 2000. So, but let me get to what Miss Alexis was saying in terms of the lady. So I believe that lady said that she was a diasporan. If I remember correctly, I think she stood out for that reason.
No, Janine is not a diasporan. He thought she was born in Oakland, California. She was born I'm sorry, he thought she was born in Arkansas, but she was born in Oakland, California. Her father's family was from Arkansas, and they moved at some point when she was young back to a 2-bedroom trailer right next to her grandmother's house in Arkansas. And she tells the story, about growing up there and going off to Grambling. She thought she couldn't pay for it, and he's like, "Oh, let me help you, whatever." No, she's one of us. She's one of us from Arkansas. That's where people are from.
Okay, cool, awesome. I don't know why I don't know why I got Ghana or Nigeria when she was speaking, but okay.
I don't know. Her family was from Halley, Arkansas, and Dermot, Arkansas. That's what she said. So I even called one of my uncles who's from Arkansas. I was like, "Oh my gosh, and this song that you should watch." Blah blah blah. So yeah.
Awesome. Okay, and then for as far as the African Methodist Church, now I'm actually glad you mentioned the Delaware connection to that, because we did there was a 3-part news story about that church, and specifically the festival that they had. It was called the Big August Festival that happened every single year uninterrupted. I think the church was built in 1813, opened in 1814, and they had this festival every single year. And they would get thousands and sometimes tens of thousands of people to come to Wilmington, where they had a Black Wall Street, and it was just the black side of town that they literally called Black Wilmington. And all the way up until the Civil Rights Movement and everything that was occurring during that time, urban renewal, and they conspired. The governor, the federal government, the mayor, all conspired to destroy, demolish this neighborhood, and they tore down the original church for this fictional mall that they were supposed to build. I don't think they ever ended up building it, from what I remember in the story. And when I was just in Wilmington on, I guess that was 2 Saturdays ago, I tried to find that church. I tried to find the new location. And when I put it in the GPS, it took me to an AME church, but it was just outside the city. I think it was called either North Wilmington or East Wilmington, something. But it was just like a little house. And so I was like, nah, this can't be it, because I've seen it online. And so the next time I get there, I do want to at least drive past it, so I can see it physically. But what sucks is they tore the original one down, and they stopped that festival. I think they stopped it for like a year or two, and then they were able to bring it back once they got the new church built. But in terms of the African part of it, is during that time, 1800s, 1700s, our people, and many of the writings that I go back and read, considered themselves to be African. This is a common theme that you will find when you start to read some of this old material that's coming directly from either a Black-owned newspaper or whatever. They, even some of that Prince Hall and what is it, Paul Koufe, some of those some of the Black Americans who wanted to go back to Africa, if you will, you just find, and even you find that term Afro descent being used way back then. So,
a lot of this is recognition from understanding this is the continent from which we're coming, right? Like a lot of that is that recognition and understanding.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't, let me see, how do I want to phrase that? So, well, first of all, yeah, I don't hold anything against them for that part, that piece. I just think it's an awareness of understanding that, some of the people, because I'm in my mind, I'm trying to envision when the actual trade stopped. I guess that was in the 1800s, early 1800s. So some of these people, even though the number is 300,000 or whatever it is, some of those people actually had a direct connection to it. because even that, what is it, the last ship, the flotilla, or whatever the last ship is called, where they created Africa Town. And if you've ever had a chance to tap into that story. So um and that's the interesting thing, is that it's not this one story. It's not this monolithic story. There are all of these different parts to the story, including not just the transatlantic, but also the Western Hemisphere trade that was occurring in the Caribbean and America, and a lot of moving people back and forth, and to different states, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's much more complicated than we tend to give space for. I'll say it like that, because again, as the population is growing, and people at some point in time are still being brought over here, they're still being transferred from one racial identifier into another, paper genocide, et cetera, that it creates this gray area of confusion, in a sense. And so they probably were looking to an identifier that would give them pride, which is a common theme in our population, is using these identifiers as uh rallying points of pride. So I mean, that's kind of the way I would look at that. But yeah, let's go with Darren.
Yeah, that's interesting. That enjoyed the state, but there was a massacre in Wilmington in 1898.
Mm.
That's
1898.
history. Yeah, but I was saying about the colleges, not to try to indoctrinate people or anything like that, but having kids to go into college, and all of them, both of them intern. There's no more people that got the time on their hands than them, as far as moving things ahead. So no conflict there. That was the premise of me bringing that up. But like I said, I think it's a great concept, but the irony in all this, it's what you propose to do, and I'm all for it. White people are doing it all the time in every state, particularly here in Florida. I mean, more so in South Florida. I mean, most South Floridians are from up north. And I'll land with that.
Yeah, oh yeah, because Florida's that retirement state, I guess. So yeah, so with the colleges, so we, in past spaces, we identified senior citizens, we identify college students, we identify military personnel. There are a few, we identify remote workers. There are a few groups within our demographic that are either already moving around the country for whatever reason, usually work or school or retirement. And so we certainly would like to be able to capture and educate and advocate to those groups. I don't know that it's going to be us going to these schools to do it necessarily. Um, a brother like Charles Blow may have that opportunity because of his credentials and his access. Um, when we did our after space of that program, people noticed that he was very a very soft approach. It was very non-confrontational. And I thought that was actually a really good thing, because he's not promoting it or selling it as aggression. And that's a really good message to be able to give to people who naturally think everything that Black Americans do is some sort of aggressive action towards them. So that was actually a really good part of the way he approached. And then you know they played a few video clips of him during his book tour, I believe, where he was discussing the information as well. So um, while he doesn't necessarily have the data driven, nuanced information that we've been able to develop, he does have the overall theme, the overall concept down really, really well. And he's able to explain it in really clear detail. And again, it's non threatening. So I support what he's doing. I actually really appreciate what he's doing because it elevates the conversation. Um, and again, who knows? I wish Max would publish the amount of times the thing was streamed. Who knows if they do? I don't know. Maybe one day we'll get a chance to try to figure out how many people actually were able to view that documentary. Um, but again, the more people that know, the more people that start thinking about it, the more people that um, ingest the information, they start to work with the information, and then they start to research the information, and they dig deeper and deeper, and they really start to take responsibility for it, the better. And so all we can do, and which is what we've been doing, is talk about it and then get on the ground, which we've certainly been trying to do that a little more often, and meet the people in the places where we want to actually make this happen. And when you start doing that, and then the people that are there say, yeah, we need you. Well, let me rephrase that. Yes, they are open to it. They are open to the idea. They understand the situation that they're in. They're not walking around blind to the environment. They understand that the resources that should be coming to them are never coming to them. They know that the money is coming from the federal government. They know the money comes from the state. But when it gets to the town that they live in, it never shows up. And so that's actually a really positive development, to have conversations with people who worked in government and understand how government operates, and realize that, hey, we're getting screwed essentially. So that is probably the most encouraging thing that I've come across in recent weeks, is having that level of information. And even in Mississippi, to be honest, I mean, that was in Delaware, but even in Mississippi during this governor's race, you got a really strong sense that even though the guy's a Democrat, he's a white guy, that Black Americans showed up to vote in mass numbers. He lost by 26,000 votes, roughly. The Black woman took 11,000 of those votes. So he technically, if not for the fact that they kept her in the race, even though she tried to withdraw, he would have lost by just 14,000 votes, roughly. That is a very, very close election. Like that's probably the most close election ever in the history of Mississippi. And it's because of the Black vote that it was that close. You had a Black man running for Secretary of State or something of that nature, and he got almost as many votes as the white governor, Democrat running for governor. So we are very, very close in both states, like extremely close in both states.
May I say something there on that specifically? And it's going to be about Mississippi because you just brought that up, but I promise I will not make it all about Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
One of the interesting things in Mississippi is it probably has the most difficult path to reinstate voting privileges. And I don't say voting rights, I say voting privileges, because if you can take them away from a person, it must not be a right. But in order for you to have been convicted of a felony and be a citizen of the state of Mississippi, to get your voting rights restored, you have to have an act of the legislature. The House has to pass it. The state Senate has to pass it, and then the governor has to sign it. So you can't just go meet some qualifications, do these things, show you pay your fines, take some tests, whatever. Like the literal state legislature has to pass a bill that says now you can have your rights back. So Alexis, now you can have your rights back. And the Senate has to do it, then the governor has to sign it. So that right there, there's about 800,000 people who do not qualify to vote because they've been convicted of a felony in Mississippi. The overwhelming majority of them are Black men. But imagine having control of the votership of the state and be able to change that rule right there. So yeah, the governor won by, would you say 26,000 votes or something? The Tate Reeves won by that many, but he would not have won by nearly that many because they've disenfranchised so many people on purpose.
Yeah. So is that now when you're saying or a bill, is this a bill for across the board, or is it each individual person?
For every individual person. So they got to do one for Alexis. Wow. They got to do one for...
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Kirby John over there. They got to do one for, Mr. Rufus over here. It's one for every individual person, which is why the voting rights do not get reinstated in that state.
Wow.
Oh, but hold on. Is that written in the Mississippi Constitution?
It is Mississippi state law, yes. It is the most difficult in the nation, I think. That's how.
So that means that we have to change that. Look, I don't see no problem. It can easily be changed.
Yeah, no. Once we take over the state, the votership, we take over the legislature, we can change all these things, right? Like, this is what I'm saying. It's a coup because right then we can start reinstating the voting rights of all these Black people who've been disenfranchised and had to jump through these crazy hoops to get the ability to vote back.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Now the governor, the only thing a governor can do is probably expunge. Pardon. What's the other one where
pardon?
You can
Pardon.
Pardon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pardon.
Yeah. Tate Reeves is not about to pardon a bunch of Black people. Come on now.
Well, it has to be a Black governor with a with our type of agenda and policy. That type of governor would do something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in the past, when you were as individuals were allowed to sue the state and go to the Supreme Court and yada yada yada, but they've strucken that part down where I guess what is the DOJ that has to sue on behalf of the people now. Goodness gracious, the only Mel Cruz had a space about that as soon as it was handed down. As they continue to strip away the rights to Miss Alexa's point about the privileges, the luxury of having these so-called rights, as they continue to just strip away, like this should be the thing that wakes everybody up, except for the fact that the Vote Blue No Matter Who collective is so brainwashed to just trust blindly the Democrat Party and whatever agenda they put up, and never really want to fight for Black America. And so I think that the disciples who go into these states have got to get alongside the elected officials, the candidates that are running for these offices, and give them a new perspective on the reality that we all live under, because I think that they may just not be aware. They just may simply not know, and not all of them, because some of them are complicit, and I do get that. But in the local and the counties, I gotta believe that some are just simply trying to do the job to the best of their ability, and you can get lost in the work of just working and just staying busy. And by being busy and helping this person and helping this situation, it feels like you're making progress, but that's a part of the oppression. That's a part of the trap, is busy work.
Black majority. Black majority of states. May I speak for 1 second?
Yeah. We got a hand up in the space, so we got to go to the hand. Just put your hand up, and then we'll get to you. Kapora, you got it.
What's good? Can you hear me? I can hear you. All right. I'm from the Mississippi Delta, so I guess I can kind of relate a little bit to what y'all come out on both, the legal end and the illegal end. I have been involved in both and been affected by both. And what I can say is, I guess the biggest issue, throughout the history, and if we really pay attention to the blues, is all about, people. We didn't necessarily not have the things that we need to survive, but, it was all about the creation of debt. And once the people realized that, we were getting cheated out of our land by way of debt, then, a lot of secret movements started taking place to kind of, reshape the way we perceive reality. So it's like, I've been on my own path, and what they, what a lot of the elders basically been telling me is, and to the people, just look at the history and learn what they should take from it. What we're trying to do gonna be impossible, because if the people not at a point intellectually, it's gonna defeat the purpose of coming together. So like we gotta, look at the history and look at the music and the development of everything, and take the signs that's placed there. And once we are able to see exactly what it is, then a lot of this will go a lot faster. You feel me?
Yeah, that's really good advice, and wisdom, and so when I hear that, because I do hear a version of that every once in a while, and typically what I would say is, excuse me, we're never going to have 100% unity. We're never going to have 100% of the people who understand what's going on. We're never going to have 100% of the people who are conscious enough to actively participate in what we're doing. So knowing all of that, we're in a situation where if we do nothing, we will not just continue to get nothing. We're actually being reversed. We're moving backwards. It would be one thing if we were just standing still while the rest of the planet was moving past us, but we're being pushed backwards in time, literally. And so we don't have the time to educate every single person. It's got to simply be a situation where people move because they at least understand the power dynamics, and they're moving for political reasons, but they also find a good landing place for work. They find a good landing place for housing. They are coming to add to what already exists. And, through that, because really you can't educate two different groups of people that are spread out across the country. Even with digital technology, these relationships have got to be face-to-face, interpersonal relationships. It's got to be, I'm sitting down at a table, you're sitting down at a table, I'm looking in your eyes, you're looking in my eyes. We're attending events together, whatever they may be, religious, spiritual in nature, or political in nature, or simply dining together, or whatever the case may be. But we're having experiential growth together, and that is how you get to the place where they want us to all be at the same level of consciousness. We don't actually get there unless we're together in the same environment. Simply because there are so many distractions in all these other places. You know, I was in a space with a brother from I think he's from Minnesota, and he knows how horrible it is. I mean, it's horrible for Black people in Wisconsin and Minnesota. And even though he can express it and knows how horrible it is, in his wisdom, the best solution is just simply not to vote. And that is unfortunate, because thinking that not voting is going to change change your condition in a state, in an environment where matter of fact, in Minnesota, it was the Democrat Labor Farmer Party caucus that took over the state and implemented all this massive progressive legislation, and none of it went to the Black American residents in that state. They literally basically made it this liberal utopia overnight in the first session. None of it went to Black Americans in that state. And so thinking that not voting is going to change something, and not thinking, well, you know what, if all these people are going to move and this thing is growing, if I move to Delaware or if I move to Mississippi, that might actually change something. You're not going to be able to change that person's mind through a telephone or through a mobile app or some other digital device. It's got to be face to face. And that's why we focus on the smaller states, because it's going to be so hard to convince 100,000 people, let alone 200,000 people or 400,000 people. My God. So it's got to be get on the ground, talk to the people that are there, figure out, you know, where the people there want to go politically, and help support them as much as you possibly can. Give them as much guidance as they're willing to accept. Give them data-driven information, and explain to them, we can't afford to have 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 candidates in a race. We gotta come together as adults and not divide the Black vote. We just can't afford to do that anymore. You know, and I'm thinking about the woman who ran for mayor in Wilmington, and it was a 3-horse race, and these 3-horse races are designed to literally keep the Black candidate from winning office. Like it happens all the time, and it works almost every single time. So we got to stop participating in that part at least. But yeah, I think the brother Juno wanted to go next.
Good evening to those in the chat. I really appreciate this conversation. Let me say this for the record. The reason why Black people, see, here's the thing. The Black people who are voting today are what Malcolm X called the Black bourgeoisie. Those are the people who are voting. And the Black bourgeoisie are being led by another bourgeoisie that was picked by the white supremacist establishment in both the conservative and liberal parties. We call them Democrats and Republicans. Well, we all know they sleep in the same bed. They're white. They sleep in the same bed, and their only goal is to maintain their power and keep it through any means necessary. Yes, Black people in particular have become lazy. I'm not talking about physical laziness. I'm talking about mental laziness. Really more concerned about status and how they look and how much money they have and how they can showcase that off to other Black people like, nanny boo boo, I got everything and you don't. And so in the process, the white supremacists are just coming in, taking the courts over and stripping us of those rights. And we're still running around here voting Democrat, and the Democratic Party is no better, but we vote for the Democratic Party as a way to save us from white conservative aggression when they're in office. That's the only reason why we vote Democrat. Other than that, we don't even care about voting unless it's in the local elections, which is where we need to focus the most. But local elections will only go so far if the Republicans have the majority of the state legislature. So if a local government did something, that Republican governor and its legislator could override that city. Look what happened in Jackson. When the Republicans tried to segregate the square mile of the state capital and have it for its like a separate court system where that's Jackson, that's state government. Jackson's over here, and this is the state government. The Republicans, they're showing their hand. They're not hiding what they're doing. They want to maintain power. They know they cannot win on elections based on running on lower taxes, a stronger defense, secure border, crime. They've been running on that over and over and over, and it hasn't worked. But like a good conservative, they just keep running the same playbook until it sticks. Yeah, we may lose 85 times, but we got to keep trying until we get one. And so what's happened here now is that the elders who are still fighting, there's no new blood there. Man, there's Tamika Mallory, but she's separate from the old guard. Well, there's Black Lives Matter, but they're mainly just extortionists and pimps. You no longer hear about them. And who's left? A bunch of anti-sexuals who don't even know if they're gay or straight. So you really don't have any leadership anymore per se that's really going to do anything. That's why the people are shiftless now. They've become so lethargic with politics. Like, yeah, I got better things to do. Because my life has not fundamentally changed. It's just about the same. And the only way we do change it, yes, we can move to the southern states, but there's a catch with that. Moving to the southern states will open us to attack from the white supremacist resistance when they get their hands on the guns and they get their hands on the military. You got to take over this entire government. You can't just take over states. You got to take over the entire government. You got absolutely not, sir. You got to overthrow the white establishment to get power, because I'm just keeping it honest here. If you want to protect, state governments. If you want to protect, well, here's the thing now. In the South, you can easily be targeted from the ground because it's lower. So in military science, to protect yourself is to surround the market so where you're not attacked, you are attacking. You see the attack coming when the attack is coming at you. We are a guerrilla front. So we have to function as one. And that's all I'm saying on that part. I'll leave it there.
All right. Hey, sir. Okay, we are American citizens, right? We have the right to move from one state to another state, right? We have the right to vote. We have the right to run for political office. We have the right to start a business. We have the right to own land, to buy property, right? So that's the basic, right? Now, if Black Americans, if we can get more Black Americans to move to the state of Mississippi, and if we can take supermajority population of that state and the votes.
Hey, really quick, could you please define what you mean when you say supermajority so people understand that very clearly what you mean?
Okay.
What percentage you're talking about?
Okay. So, yeah, supermajority is 2/3, 67%. That's supermajority.
And you're talking about representatives, not actual citizens.
Correct.
Talking about the
You also understand this too. This government, when it comes to electing a president, goes on electoral college votes. And
correct.
Even if we move to those states, even if we move to those 8 to 10 states, we may be able to elect representatives. We may be able to put governors in office and things like that. But once again, we got a federal government to deal with.
So you do know that Congress is a co-equal branch of the government. If you have 3 states, but we have 6 senators who respond to our electorate if we had a situation like this, plus whatever number of members we get in the House of Representatives, because we're elected people too, we can literally bring the federal government to a stop, because one senator can stop the entire business of the government if they feel like it. Ask Tommy Tuberville, ask Joe, ask Kristen Sinema. These are the same things that we have at our disposal. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead and finish explaining your points.
Yes, sir. See, if we can take political control of the state, then we will control the electoral college vote. I think Mississippi has 5 or 6 electoral college votes.
It's 6.
It's 6. Okay. Do you agree with that, sir?
I agree, but it's not going to be a massive move to shape the core of this treacherous arrangement of government that we're under. See, the whole political strategy of the Democratic Party is that the black vote needs to be the political football that carries the weight.
The federal
instance, Pennsylvania, for instance, Georgia.
And we're deciding that we're not going to be the football anymore. We've decided we're not about to be that football. We're going to determine our own fate. Here's what we decided.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, I agree with what you're saying, and I agree with your assessment. Or are you planning on seceding from the union?
No, we're not seceding from the union. We're not seceding from the union. Why would we do that? That makes no sense, because we're United States citizens. We're not going to secede. Please go and ask the people of Quebec how the hell that works out. We're going to secede from a country, because they tried to do it for Canada, and everybody left Montreal and went to Toronto, from a business perspective. We're not trying to secede. That would make no sense.
Well, see, here's the thing that I have concern for. And my major concern is battle strategy. Because the white supremacists, they're very smart and they're extremely, extremely cunning. So what ways are we going to outmaneuver them when they try to undermine us? They have the courts. State courts can't do what federal courts can do. So, yes, we have the states, but the states can only do but so much.
We have the state courts, and 98% of justice is meted out at the state court level. So we get it.
But also, they can go to federal. And if you don't have the federal courts, it's a done deal.
But if you go to federal court,
you gotta have 2 instead of 1. You gotta have 2, or you gotta take one or the other. We don't have enough numbers in this country to really do anything on a grand scale. So we have to do something that will we have to do 1 or 2 things here, folks. Either overthrow this thing and take it over to ourselves and make this thing work, or we're going to end up being a guerrilla front and not an army.
Hey, sir. So you have to understand, the state has a lot of power, right? The state has reserved and shared power with the federal government.
This is a function of indoctrination, man, of looking at the president as the savior, Father Abraham.
So the state does have power, and of course we need more than 1 state. The more states we have, the more power we have on the federal level. So let's say if we can take political control of 7 or 8 states, that will give us 8 governors, 16 senators, 80 electoral college votes, thousands of state legislatures, House Assembly, state senators. There's a lot of power in that. So that's why I said region and state.
I agree with the power. It's just convincing black people on a massive scale to see it that way. Because most of us are not going to leave California. We're not going to leave Illinois.
Most people don't have to leave California. Let me tell you, it does not take 40 million people to make it happen. Honestly, you need to capture 1 state first. The first thing you need to do is capture 1 state. You can maybe do 2 at the same time, but you'll get another one. The issue here becomes the fact that every single black person in America does not have to do this. We need just the number that we need to do it, and we have more than enough of those numbers within our 40 million ranks. We can accomplish this. It's not impossible.
Okay. I haven't read the man's book yet, which I've heard of it. It's out, but I haven't read it. So, how do we accomplish this while the masses of people? How do we accomplish while the masses of Black people are just like, blah 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 blah? I ain't leaving my space. I love you.
You don't have to. I don't need 40 million people to do this. We don't need 40 million people to do the same thing. We need just enough people to take over the electorate in Delaware, just enough people to take over the electorate in Mississippi, and then you can run the game from there. It doesn't take a whole lot more. States do this all the time. Senators do it all the time in federal government level. Members of the House of Representatives do it. Governors will tell governors to go sit down and run your state and leave my state alone. All these things happen. We participate in the system the way everybody else does. That's all we're doing.
So, ma'am, I'm sorry to control, ma'am. What is the magic number for us?
Black Majority State, can you please explain what's the number for Delaware? Number of people we need to relocate to Delaware and to take over the majority of voters?
That's already there.
Yeah, he has the number. Could you answer that, please, Black American? Or, I'm sorry, Black Majority.
Okay, well, we need an additional 300,000 voters in the state of Delaware.
So 300,000 people out of 40 million. 300,000.
A number of us were in Delaware. We did the numbers based off of actually the participation. You don't need even 300,000. That is, if the folks that are already there are activated and people start voting. When we're talking about someone's winning the mayor of Dover, which is the capital of Delaware, only 2,000 votes. So we're not talking about, quite honestly, you don't even need anybody to move to Delaware other than people that are going to be community activists and getting people engaged and understanding their power. Like the Constitution is the perfect document for people in power. So the main thing that we have not done is aggregate our power. We had a great discussion, myself and Muffet. We were on a call with Mel for her show, and we, and the biggest thing I, took away from that, we were going over the chapter of Dr. Claude Anderson, his second chapter. The biggest thing I took away was that, he talked about aggregation. These concepts that, honestly, that we're talking about now is the exact same thing. The only thing that was missing is that there wasn't an actual detailed plan or solution. So this the thing, what we call, Black Majority State migration to gain super majority is the plan. All of our, ancestors, our elders that have, been scholars and written about different plans or different strategies. So there's difference between strategy and plan. They've laid out the strategies. It's our responsibility to develop the plan for our times. And this is a great plan. And, and honestly, if you don't, I think really what you, Juno or anybody else, what you really need to focus on is, do you believe that the Constitution is a great document for, the society? And if you do, then you would use everything in the Constitution that allows you to develop support. If you don't, then you should move to another country. But if you believe, like I do, and I believe everybody in this room, you have to understand how the Constitution, provides power, and then strategically create a plan so you can leverage that power. And this is the first of all, going after Delaware and then moving on to Mississippi. It is the crucial steps make sense, and it isn't required that much. My last point is, again, when I was reading I read it because I've reading the book before, but now that there's a plan that I'm aware of, and then I'm reading it, it creates a bind between not only from a strategy perspective, but also a plan perspective. And I think we just need to do a better job. Unfortunately, I don't think, we just need to focus on not only marketing, communicating this plan so everybody will be able to understand. I think, often in the book, Dr. Claude Anderson said, the ethno aggregation is something that everybody does. Someone was mentioning, South Miami. the Cubans run South Miami. They've aggregated themselves in South Miami, in Michigan, the Dearborn area, the Arabs and Muslims. You're not gonna. No president has won without the Arab support in voting, because they only make up 2% of Michigan, but because they're so activated and there, you can't win without them. So we're just looking to do the same thing, and the benefit that we have is we have a sheer numbers based on our ethnicity. No, there's if we're basing on ethnicity, and people talk about delineation. If we delineated the white race, they're around the same number as us. So we have the number, we have the ability to do it. We just need to fall in line, and the people that are one of in a tech we call them the early adopters. You're gonna have early adopters, those people that see catalysts early. And I think not only this group but other people are a part of that early adoption, and there will always be other people that need to see success before they come along. And you just need to decide if you're going to be an early adopter or if you just want to wait to see other people succeed. And there's opportunity in doing both.
Well, I agree with what you just said. I'm actually excited to get on board with this plan. But my focus is on, as Paris said, a rapper, the devil made me do it. We only need a chosen few. The chosen few. And I believe the chosen few can get this done. I think, I'm in Virginia, so I believe that getting 1% of our population to get over to Delaware may start the process.
There you go, bro. That's it. Hey, I love that.
I'm from Virginia as well. Well, I'm from the Tidewater area. So glad to have you on board.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, just to speak out of turn really quickly. You seem to be like the spokesperson for the organization. Thank you, sir. And thanks, Gina, as well, for entertaining me.
Okay. Man, I love that interchange or exchange. I think fundamentally we have been taught that the president and the federal government is the king of America. But that's just not accurate. And to be quite honest, if you look at how Confederates tout states' rights, how they've used states' rights to oppress our people, if you can just take a second to step out of the box of what we have been indoctrinated with, that the president is the king, the president can do all things. None of that's true. That's not how America works. That's not how America functions at all, to be quite honest. President is very limited. And so in these states, the governors and the legislators have all the authority. And even though there is the U.S. Constitution that we all must abide by, we can certainly live within the bounds of the U.S. Constitution and not only create prosperity and empowerment for our people, but we can defend and protect our people as well. The states are the path. Control of the states is the path. And so, shout out to Muffet and I'm sorry, not Muffet, Youssef. Youssef has added a lot of really important information and perspective to these conversations, as well as everybody who joins us regularly, obviously. And so it is an interesting thing. I think the brother Juno's talked about reading a book, and I'm not sure which book he was talking about, but myself and Black American Homeland Black American Homeland, I believe, originally published his book, The Black Paper, in 2012. I wrote and then published my book in 2018 and then 2019. And then the Charles Blow book comes out, I believe, in 2021. I will say that the most detailed information is likely in the Black Paper. When I wrote my book, I wrote it from an emotional. Okay, I'll come back in. Dear God, colored. Wow. Colored is trimming. That's interesting. Yeah, so hopefully you guys can hear me. So I was saying, yeah, the Black Paper, Black American Homeless book is likely the most detailed vision of what state power looks like. When I wrote my book, it was more about really the way I wrote the book was to inspire Black men and Black women who are tired, sick and tired of being sick and tired. Quite honestly, there is a lot of historical references and information in that book, but ultimately it was designed to elicit the emotional rage that we should already have, to be quite honest, and to inspire those who read it to want to take action. Mr. Blow's book is interesting. But it's probably a good idea if you're going to read one to read all three. And then if you want to throw in Dr. Claude Anderson's work as well, like Yusuf said, once you connect ethno-aggregation to state power, state authority, it should click. It should just be like this instant bulb that goes off in your brain. Shout out to Brother Darren, where you finally understand what we need to do. There's really nothing else that we're gonna do. Guerrilla, whatever that is, we not only did we do that, and we did that for most of our history here, all of the rebellions and revolts that occurred on this soil, but we did it even after gaining so-called civil rights with the Black Liberation Movement. The thing about these people is, or these people, meaning the oppressors, whether they're white or Hispanic or Asian for that matter, is they're foaming at the mouth, waiting for the opportunity to go up against a guerrilla force on U.S. soil. They're literally foaming at the mouth for that. That is not a path forward. It just isn't. There's no way you could game that out in your mind or even in a conversation and come out successfully. There's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of collateral damage, a lot of suffering and pain, a lot of death, and a lot of incarceration. Political movements are inherently peaceful, as much as political combat can be peaceful in the fact that it's war without bloodshed. Our path forward is a political path, and the states are the vehicle. The states are Noah's Ark. The states are the lifeboats. The states are the forts. That's it. There's really nothing else. If we look at even most recent history, we had the rising of the Moors, who were training somewhere in Northeast USA, and they had an opportunity to draw down on the oppressor, and they went willingly into handcuffs after negotiations. They'll likely spend decades in prison. And they didn't even do anything. They literally didn't do anything. They were just Justin fatigues with assault rifles. They didn't do anything. The brother who was marching through the streets in Georgia and other places and ended up getting arrested for quote unquote aiming his weapon at an officer at an elevated position, literally didn't do anything. That is not the path forward. God forbid that something actually did happen. There are other gun clubs that I can think of where their members are being incarcerated regularly. Yeah, we got to think 3 steps ahead and way smarter and learn from the mistakes of the past. Take the information from the past and the desire from the past and strategize in a way that produces predictable results. There should be no fear of the federal government. And there should be no fear that we can accomplish this goal. So I'll end on that. Darren, brother Darren, you got it.
Yeah, I'm voting just to show the gravity of this whole concept. To me, this would be like Martin Luther King running for governor of Alabama, because I think he was in Montgomery. This would be that significant.
And Dr. Martin Luther King being elected to that position.
Exactly.
Not just running, but being elected, right?
Exactly.
Now he has authority.
Oh, a whole bunch of it.
I mean, that's what I see here. That's how significant this is.
And he has the right to meet with the... Wait, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and the governor will get on the phone with the president occasionally, and they'll hash out something and come up with an agreement that they need to do so that both of them can save face at times, which has been done many a time in this country, even around like civil rights and letting, our people into their predominantly white institutions, University of Alabama, University of Mississippi, University of Georgia, things like that. So, yeah.
Tutorial over
She's a really big Trumper, obviously, and she had some very different thoughts on that, and she made everybody in the state that she was going this way. Try to run his thing better too. Not what it's crazy that she exercises her power very well.
Man, this is such a good time to play Malcolm X, The Ballot or the Bullet. This is after he had left the nation, and this is, I believe, one of his last speeches. But in this particular speech, he's talking about the political process, and he talks about self-defense, but he doesn't talk about aggression. In fact, he repudiates the idea that Black Americans should be the aggressor in any type of conflict. But then he does really talk about the vote. I searched vote. He uses the word vote 18 times in his speech, and he talks about registering um, or people to vote in this particular speech. So, ironically, where we would give credit to MLK Jr., Dr. MLK Jr., um, you know, if I was alive during that time and I could have been of age, um, this is the person who I would have wanted to uh, govern the state that I lived in. I would have moved for that, to be quite honest. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to find a good entry point because this thing is a little long, a little lengthy. Um, but this is probably the direction after all that he had been through, all that he experienced, that he was headed towards. And to be quite honest, to start talking about voting and registering people to vote was probably more dangerous than anything that he had said previously. Um, because that actually was him fully understanding the political system and how to attack it in a way that would produce the results that he desired and that we all should desire, to be quite honest. I know the Black Panthers credit Mr. MLX with the creation of their program and of much of their ideology, as probably most Black liberation groups did. This is the part that, if we look at the Republic of New Africa, that they kind of latched onto. And even the Black Panthers, when they started running candidates in different parts of the country. So while we may think that they were, executed, murdered because of the rhetoric and the guns, eh, a thinking man would say, nah, they really were starting to understand how to get real power, real authority in the country, and that in itself was much more dangerous, as it always has been. It's the reason they domestic terrorized our people up out of the South, was the vote, the Black vote. um I'm in some spaces where they're reading books from the early 1900s, late 1800s, and that's a common theme that you see from these people. They did not want us having the ability to vote ourselves into political authority. So this is really what we need to be doing, and we can't let anybody or anything dissuade us or persuade us to do something else. I'm not sure who.
Hey, Black.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Black. When Malcolm X, right, when he did his tour in the Middle East, right, I think this speech on about clay, it was done. The speech was made after he did his tour in several countries in the Middle East. So if you think, it actually doesn't matter. But I don't know. I just felt like him leaving the United States, sitting in other countries, and seeing how they run their country. They brought a different perspective. Yeah, so that's what I think. And to me, that's what happened to me, right? When I traveled to 30 countries, right? Especially these third world countries, and I saw how I observed how they run their countries. How you got corruption, you have different institutions trying to work together to build roads and build corporations and things like that. That's how I figure out how a country works or how a nation works. Because when you deal with the government every single day, trying to start a business, trying to get trying to go through the different institutions to get different licenses and things like that. That's how you learn how the government works. And me, when I go to another country, I got to figure out, okay, what is my right in this country, right? So I'm forced to read their constitution, right? See, when you already live in the country, you feel like you already know what the standards are, so you never mind to read what the rules are, like the state constitution or the U.S. Constitution. So I believe most people have never read the state constitution or the U.S. Constitution. But look, I read all of the U.S. Constitution, and I think I read at least 30 or 40 different states. The state constitutions were much longer than the U.S. Constitution. So I probably read maybe 10,000 words per state, and so yeah, Alabama. Hey, Alexis, Alabama has the longest constitution in the world. It has 400,000 words.
It does.
In Alabama.
It does, which is why it's a hot mess, which is why we occasionally have to vote on things to give localities the ability to manage something on their own. I'm like, this is insane. And I want to add one thing on this. It's kind of like I was watching the program on Max, and it was talking about water in Jackson, that whole issue. So, honestly, you don't really care about water until you don't have it. And I know this because, and Darren knows, he's been to the area where I grew up, actually. And at one point, we lived way out in the country, and we had a well. And so you have to make sure that works. But at any rate, our town is 94% white. The county that I live in is 97% white. This is also where I grew up back in 2019. But long story short, a farmer's dam broke a few months ago. And so the water supply was just for nothing. You couldn't drink it. They were like boil advisory. But our very Republican governor, what did she do immediately? She mobilized the National Guard to get up here, get this damn thing out, deliver the water. And so, there were like 3 days we couldn't really drink the water, but they were giving out water to everybody. They were over here doing the stuff they needed to do. They had the state labs on standby to test our water every 6 hours. I mean, everything was at our full disposal, and the issue was fixed, like within 4 days or whatever. But nobody was not taken care of. Meanwhile, in Mississippi, they're letting Jackson sit over there and struggle with bad water. Or Flint, Michigan, bad water, things like that. That's the power of having a governor that's responsive, or who is responsive to your needs.
If you don't mind, I just found it interesting. That's actually an incident Veronica and I was on an interview in Jackson, and also in Flint, Michigan. I frequent engineers, architects, towards sewage treatment plants, water purification. It's a deal. It affects our community more so than other communities. Out there where you are, you're right. It's well over. You said what?
It's 94% white in the town where I grew up, okay? Like, I know the demographics. I grew up here.
Right. Yeah, but that's, what I'm going. Normally it doesn't impact our community more so than theirs. I don't know that.
Okay, we got Brother Kapoor.
to use the system. It's like we trying to do something that's already done, political based, because like where I grew up, intellectually white people, there was in what we call positions of power at the county level. It was all our people, and once they get in these positions, it's like they the ones, not the white people, that kind of push the people further down the line. So it's like, how do we use the state system once we bring in people to not create a system of death or go around the rest of people, talking about a bump, but that ain't a death slave too. Like, why? What is it about the United States Constitution that makes them feel like they got the jurisdiction over my soul? I guess that's what the hardest thing for us to know. Like,
hey, but can you hear him? I can't hear him.
I can't hear.
No, he went out.
I can't hear anymore.
see, like the state they want to see, where the state Mississippi they gonna set up roadblocks. Well, they set up roadblocks, they're gonna try to go through it. But if we go through it, they're gonna attack us. So if they attack us in the kind of disregard, then it's like an act of war. But if the state declare war before the feds do, and the feds got the right to put the state in line, that create a matter that the feds have to come solve. You know what I'm saying? They just want the avenue.
We missed. Hey, you cut out in the middle, so kind of missed a portion of what you were saying. It sounds like you were saying that they're going to evolve and sort of work against whatever we try to do.
Right. What I'm saying is the only position that they can be put in is if we mass migrate, and if we mass migrate, is seeking a refugee from the inner cities back into our homeland. And once we doing that, they're gonna naturally attack us. The states will before the federal government will. And when they do that, the federal government is gonna override the state and settle the matter in our favor. That's the only way to do that. Because it's like, okay, we say, well, if you look at the Delta, the state not really distributing resources from the Delta, but the people still there. So how are they still there? Is because we got people that work in the federal government that still able to send money to certain places. You know what I'm saying? It might not be as much as the people would like, but most times it's better than nothing. So it's like, it's many ways we can overcome it. We just can't, we won't overcome it with the fear of death, and we won't overcome it, not using intelligence to properly analyze what we can't do to it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I reply to that really quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Alexis.
Kapora, I appreciate you sharing the story and helping us understand that you're in the Mississippi Delta. I appreciate that. And what I want to proffer is that our people are in the Mississippi Delta because their grandparents owned that land, their great-grandparents owned that land, and their great-great-grandparents owned that land. And nobody loves property more than Southern Black people. Let me tell you, we live and die by it. Come across that tree line if you want to. Come on across that tree line. I got something for you. We understand it. That's why they're there. And you're making an incredible point whereby we have to understand, because of the situation we're in as a people, we have needed the federal government to come in. You can't treat citizens this way. You're not allowed to treat United States citizens this way. And us being able to, work both sides of that and maintain it is incredibly important. And I think, you're making a great point, because a piece of this also understands is that we improve the ability for us to pass our wealth, our intergenerational wealth down from one generation to the next without it being stolen, things of that nature. So I think you're making an incredible point. And I just always like to remind people that sorry, my phone's ringing. That, you know, having control of the state gives you a lot of power in the federal government. Just by the fact that your senator or your member of representatives can just be like, yeah, we're not going to do that, so we're going to bring the government to a shutdown.
Absolutely. Let me. I'm gonna play. I don't know, 5 or so minutes of the Malcolm X deal, but let me say this: we're watching the Supreme Court dismantle civil rights, like everything that the generation before my generation, at least my parents, and matter of fact, hurt my grandparents, I guess. What they were fighting for is being dismantled. The federal government sending troops into states in order to do whatever is not going to happen again. Outside of an insurrection or some, you know, mass widespread violence, I just don't see the federal government coming to our aid. So, and I'm saying that to say this: if we are dependent upon the federal government to get the justice that we desire, we might as well just give up right now, because that's not going to happen. They're not coming. We got to be willing to sacrifice and go through the fire of whatever obstacles these states may put up in order to achieve the goal that is set. And that may mean violence on some levels. It certainly is going to mean they're going to try to change laws. Again, we just saw, and I think this was in Arkansas, where they essentially stated, and this is a federal court, that an individual citizen cannot sue based on the way the law was written. So this interpretation, even though for decades they ruled in favor of citizens having the ability to vote in terms of these gerrymandered districts, vote for their ability to vote for a majority black candidate. Again, you know, we had the space where I really tried to lay out and let everybody know and understand that these black majority districts don't actually exist. They're just on paper, but they don't really exist, because it's not about the voter population, it's about the overall population. And if you're in Mississippi, and to Miss Lex's point earlier, if you have hundreds of thousands of people that can't legally vote, but they include you in a black majority voter district simply because you live there, if you can't vote, then you don't actually have a black majority district. It's very sad. It's very oppressive. But those are the things we're up against, and we got to figure out a way to get around those things. The more people that we can inspire to move, it helps. The more counties we can become majorities in, that certainly helps. And then, you know, whatever they do to try to stop us should inspire us to fight harder. It shouldn't be a thing where someone flashes a weapon, someone burns down a house, and we start, you know, hitting for safer ground. It really has to be, we defend ourselves if necessary, when necessary, but we come there intending to finish and obtain the power, the authority that we came there to get. And that's going to take people who have strong will, strong mind, and you know, a strong sense of purpose. And yeah, that's what we need. I mean, federal government's not going to aid us in that. if anything, they're likely to either refuse to hear a case if it had to go through the courts. I'm trying to imagine what we would need to do through the courts in order to change something that they did. Nothing pops ahead in mind.
So, Black majority, I do want to say this. Let's remember, even in the federal judiciary, generally the president is going to go to the senators of the same party to say hey, who do I need to nominate for this this district judgeship over here? They're going to go there. If there's not a senator that matches their party, they're going to go down to the members of the House of Representatives generally. This is what happens. So we're going to, over the course of time, be able to exert some influence. So if you have a Delaware, you have a Mississippi, you're going to be able to say, whoever's going to be the president, you're going to come to our delegation, our people, and say, who do you think I should nominate? And we're going to have you nominate somebody who aligns with our interest. And so that begins to help remake it. It's not going to remake it immediately, but that is a pathway to help influence the federal judiciary, because this is just how they do it. And if you don't have anybody that matches your party in it, you're going to find somebody else in the state that, is of your party. So again, whatever the person is, and I'm not saying we have to be Democrat or Republican here. I'm simply saying you have a president, no matter what party they're in, they're going to need somebody to nominate here. And our congressional delegation is going to be like, it needs to be, Kapora. Nominate Kapora. Not saying it has to be, you understand, we can do that.
Okay. Just to respond to what the gentleman said about the federal government being weak. The federal government's only being weak because the House, according to the Constitution, can set its own rules. And the biggest hurdle is the filibuster in the Senate. You notice when President Biden and, Token Harris got into play, the House could pass anything it wanted. When it went to the Senate, the bill died. That is another hurdle, because now their party wants to get rid of the filibuster. Not even the Democrats want to get rid of it. Or nuke it, for that matter, to be able, because they want to use it as leverage when their party's not in power or doesn't have the majority.
Absolutely. And I want to say this, the way we combat that is listen, I don't care if we call people that represent our state in Congress the Rocky Road Party. I actually don't care what the name of it is. What I do care is that they say, hey, you know what? Most of you are Democrats or Republicans. Neither one of you have a majority. We'll caucus with you today when you give us what we want, but if you don't give us what we want tomorrow, we'll caucus with the other people. We will play them against each other. And we become our own destiny there.
Here's what I'm hearing from you, because I read a book by a gentleman called The Centrist Manifesto. It's a white gentleman. And he talked about putting people in the Senate, not running for president, because, knowing the presidency, it's basically biased towards third parties, even though third parties can win the election. They just carry 12 states, but they're never taking that secret. And so I said, okay, well, why isn't this plan not in motion yet? I mean, there's plenty of, there's many states that can get this done. Why is this not in motion? And my conclusion is just to sell another book. So I threw it in the garbage. But to your point, you said you're in Alabama, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Black people in Alabama make up over a quarter of the population. You're about to get a new congressional district.
Well, we make up about 26% of the population.
People.
Yeah. And we're getting a new congressional district because of all the wrangling of the lawsuit that was brought to the Supreme Court.
But 77% of the white votes Republican in that state. Mm-hmm. That's why black voters are disenfranchised.
Exactly, which is why we're talking about creating a state where we have a majority of black voters. And I support Delaware and then Mississippi because the numbers make the most sense, because you need the lowest numbers of people to take those over. I get that it's not going to be my own state. I mean, I get it. It's not going to be my state at first. But,
well, Mississippi has potential.
A lot of potential.
But I don't think a majority is going to cut it. I think in this case right now is to be more of an offsetter. So when the white vote goes one way, we can offset it with a stronger vote to the opposition. Have you ever watched that book called The Best? You ever watched the movie called The Best of Enemies with Taraji P. Henson?
I've never seen the movie. I do want to say this is not about playing somebody against somebody else. It's about self-determination and us understanding what's best for us. So I get where you're coming from. I'm saying it's just it's not so much about trying to trying to counter what they're doing, but putting it in opposition. It's kind of like the point that Black Majority State was making earlier when he said someone was talking about, getting an Anne Frank story out there, whatever. I'm like, yeah, I don't have time to influence like 5,000 school boards. If you have a state, you control the state school board. There's your curriculum right there. This is not hard. This is not difficult. It's like right there.
So it's gonna take time for us to build this thing up.
Yeah, like 10 years ago, it starts losing the most, I guess. Oh, no. I mean, it's really not this. I'm sorry, I'll be quiet. I'm trying to get the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Look, sir, look. Okay, in my book, Black Paper, Black American Homeland, I really put myself out there, right? I love doing projection, predictions. I like to forecast, right? Because I'm in the stock market. I know how to read charts and everything. I've been doing it for years, right? And so I try to convey that to the Black American homeland, right? And what I did was I look at the U.S. Census, right? And they say, okay, the white population is going to be this in 2030. The white population, they say, well, the white population in 2020 was 59% of the United States. In 2030, they are projecting it's going to be 55%. In 2040, they are predicting the white population to be 49% of the U.S. total population. So that means that the white population is going to drop drastically in the next 10, 15, 20 years, right? And it's similar, in the same way, the Black population is going to increase, right? Because we have a higher birth rate, we're younger, we have more Caribbean, African, South American immigrants moving to Black immigrants moving to the United States. So the Black population is going to go up, right? So you have to look at the future, right? That's what I do. I look at the future. I see, for example, I see Mississippi becoming a supermajority Black state by the year 2036. I also see Delaware, Georgia, Louisiana, and South Carolina becoming supermajority Black states by 2036. I see North Carolina and Alabama becoming supermajority Black states by 2040. I project Arkansas becoming a supermajority Black state by 2044, and the last state, Tennessee, I'm projecting that state supermajority Black by 2048. So this is all in my book, right? And I really put myself out there, right? And I believe it, right? And that's what I have in my book. So but look, the thing is, Charles Blow, I just don't understand. Charles Blow, right? I convey information to many people, like Sandy Darity, Yvette Carnell. I mean, I gave information to hundreds of people, right? But it seemed like Charles Blow back in 2015, 2016, it seemed like you was the only person to actually find it interesting, right? And he was willing to do his own research, right? And then he came up with his own idea and his own book in 2021. And I just don't understand why our other leaders or intellectuals really didn't
Maybe they thought my idea was just too far off out there. You know, maybe too. What's that word? Fantastical. I can't even pronounce the word. We call Alexis when fantastical. I can't.
Oh, you mean fantastical or something? But
yeah, fantastical. Yeah.
But that may be the thing. But we have to also understand that somebody has to put the message out there, and it to be considered radical for it to then become mainstream at some point. So you did a lot of groundwork here. Like, you have to admit that, and I'm just going to tell you. There are many times, and we all understand this as children, as parents, whatever. There are things that you can tell your child, and your child will not hear it. Let one of their damn aunts, uncles, some stranger at Walmart tell them, like, "Oh my God," and you're like, "Yeah, as if I've never told you that for the last 14 years." But okay, go for it.
Yeah.
That's damn true.
I landed there. Go ahead, Black.
Yeah, that was facts with the information. For whatever reason, and I've seen it, I've witnessed it even with the spaces. Sometimes, no matter how many times I say it, it won't connect. But if someone else says it, it does connect. And so that's why you need multiple voices. That's why I salute Charles Blow for what he's doing. He's pushing it at a level that we are not yet capable of. So shout out, shout out. Let's go to Deontay and then brother Darren.
Hey, peace to the room, peace to the family. Hope y'all having a good night. Yeah, I just kind of like wanted to add into it too that, you know, one of the ways that I was tying the migration strategy was into reparations, and establishing as a land grant and migration assistance program. And I think that a lot of times when we look at reparations, we only look at it as just cash payment. But I was like, no, we need to tie into that a incentivizer to get, you know, more of us to move to the South and to those majority states and have those in the land grant. Because now if you have a land grant program and migration assistance, there's money and funding that helps those who would go, like me. I would move to South Carolina because I think it's a nice place. But I don't have the money to do all that right now. So I would have to save up, you know what I'm saying, for the next couple of years to really be able to do that and create a nest egg while, you know, I try to either find a job or just connect with individuals out there so that I have this income. But if we tie this into a reparations program and we start being more, you know, intentional about it, I think that this is something that we can literally facilitate over the next 10 years. And it won't be so drawn out, especially if we get a bureau. And I'm all for the Freeman movement and getting a Department of Freeman Affairs. But that bureau will allow us to also establish it. It'll give us greater federal assistance, and like I say, alongside that, getting those cash payments directly to individuals, to where if you're living in a designated state, you will be able to spend more money. You know, so this incentivizes individuals to move more rapidly because they're like, oh, well, I can get more money if I move to one of these states. And that's kind of like how I was using it, and then also, you know, using the strategy, you know, here in Texas, because like it is kind of difficult and hard to get people to want to relocate. So what I've been proposing to individuals in Texas, like, hey, let's start with a county. Let's go ahead and get a county that we become the supermajority in. We have the different cities. We hold those district court seats. We hold the commissioners' courts. We get used to that power on a small level, but then that small level power, you know what I'm saying, we will be controlling, revenues upwards of $300+ million a year, so that we'll be able to facilitate better programs, you know what I'm saying, to kind of expedite what we're trying to accomplish. And, you know, it's just me learning more about how the local and county operations. I was like, dang, they really actually touch a lot of money. Like the county.
Deontay?
Yeah.
May I interrupt you just really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I love that you're talking about this. And, you know, it's one of my things. I think Black majority state, Black American homeland, have heard me say this before. Other people may have talked to me, heard me say this. I feel like the crux of power in this nation is at the county commission. I know different states call it different things. It's board of supervisors, some places. county commission here, it's the county commissioners, wherever it is. But this is where the money from the state legislature goes to the localities, and the counties control it. And one of the things that was said on the HBO Max thing was he was like, cities are not mentioned in the Constitution. And I'm like, thank you. Somebody understands what I'm trying to say. We're always talking about taking over a damn city. I mean, cities, listen, you live in cities, I get it. But no. You need to control the county, then you control the state. Like, this is what happens. And you go in and they get all kinds of money. But I remember being in this one meeting in my county, and they were trying to figure out something. And they were about to approve, like, $1 million to redo the telephony at the courthouse. And I was like, that just sounds stupid. And I was there for something else, and I said it. And they started talking, and they didn't do it. And then my dad was talking about something to them, and he ended up becoming like an unofficial advisor to the commission. But that's exactly where the power lies. And so I love the fact that you're saying that. I would just love you to continue to like push that from the rooftops to people, that this is exactly what happens. Those county commissioners, those county supervisors, whomever they are, they really control the money.
Yeah, and not only that, I know in the state of Texas, again, those House seats, those legislative seats, all of those are organized on the county level. So it's the county elections courts and things like that set up the districts, how, all these seats. So this is how we can stop gerrymandering on the local level if we're looking at obtaining first the county control. Because then, like I said, we have access to the county district courts, the DAs, the sheriff, all that law enforcement and all those kind of powers happen on county level. And especially
don't threaten me with having a DA that does what I do. Don't threaten me.
Okay, here's my question to both of you. Since I've been coming up as a youngster, it's always been about the cities. Like, black people they always say black people stay in the cities. That's where the power is. That's where the industries are. You can't get anything in the rural areas. So why has the emphasis been more on the cities and not the counties?
Right, and it's very easy for them to control us when they can throw in hundreds of other groups of people in that mix who dilute and pollute the resource exchange.
And also do redlining and cut you out of
easy
home ownership.
And that's what they do. So because like I said, they set the districts on a county level. So they're going to look and say, oh, well, there's a large group of black people here. Let's put them in this district with all these other white people. They split us up. Like, if you look at the district map, they make sure that where we have large bodies of black people, we're grouped into other groups of white people so that they can dilute our numbers and that they still end up coming out on top. But when you start looking at exercising our migration on a county level, like for me, I looked at different rural counties here in the state of Texas, and most of them are in East Texas. The reason why I like doing a rural county because, one, there's a lot of infrastructural grants for rural areas, or these little small towns, kind of like they're not in the middle of nowhere, because while I was looking at strategic cities and counties that were along highways, that were along good farming areas, and I identified all those areas in East Texas. And I was like, okay, let's get the highway system so that we can make sure we can set up trade. Is there areas where we can set up industry? Because you get grants from the USDA, you got grants from the Department of Commerce, you got grants for this, and now we can literally create businesses to build up our own economic infrastructure from the ground up. We get to design it, and so that's the power of ruling on these kind of. Now let's take the different population. Right now, you have control over what? Sales tax. You get to control sales tax. You get to control property tax. Now you think about so my city is like 80,000. We bring in, I think, 350 million for a year in sales tax alone. That's just sales tax. That's not the other grants or programs that we get funding, but just sales tax. We're bringing in as a city 350 million.
Well, because the state of Texas doesn't have an income, income tax state that's not there.
Right. And so even with that, like I said, just on sales tax, you think about you being able to control $350 million a year. Imagine what kind of program you could create.
You could actually do something. We're like, hey, I'm going to take all these unused schools and create labs for various things, whether it's a biology lab or a chem lab, or you know what? Guess what? We may have a dressmaking lab. Like, our people, our children are interested in everything under the sun, and we need them to be interested in everything under the sun. But I will say this: I remember listening to Malak Compton Rock. She's Chris Rock's ex-wife, and I'm not gonna get into the semantic of the situation, but she was talking about years ago. She was saying she's a Howard girl, she's a Bison. She was like, "This is why there's so much money for overnight basketball programs, but no money for overnight computer labs." And I'm not saying you got to do one or the other, but I'm saying we need to put money into everything. And these county commissioners, county supervisors can pour money into all of these places, right? Because they're getting the funds straight from the state, like this. The funds that the states got for all this COVID funding didn't go out straight to cities or whatever. The state legislatures gave them to the counties. And this is where they were going to spend $1 billion to redo the cliff. And I'm like, that's just now stupid. Also, let me not tell you this. The chairman of the commission, the person who was going to do the collecting was his wife's nephew. Let's not forget about that. I also support nepotism for our people. Now I'm going to shut up for real. I'm sorry.
But now, like, and that's what, and so for me, like, I was like, if we can get them to move to county majority and take over counties and become a supermajority on the county level, again, like and this is the thing, is that once we start moving, our numbers are no longer going to be counted in the other districts, and our districts are going to grow, and we're going to get more, we're going to file for more electoral seats because we're in different areas now. Like I say, right now, like if you look at Houston and in Texas, well, you have over 1 million Black people in the city of Houston. So imagine if half that number migrates to another county, and they enhance the number of seats that are available in the state legislature.
That's what happens. And the only thing I would say to you, Deontay, I think you're wonderful. Maybe help focus that county information. It's like Mississippi, like for real. No, you're absolutely right. So I love it. And exactly what you're thinking about is what we need in this movement, for people to suss out the details. Like, I get the details, I do. I am a big picture kind of a girl. This is who I am as a person. I can deal with details, but if I have to deal with them, I'm gonna get tired really quickly, whatever. And I like the people around me that understand it. So I feel like you got the science, the math behind you. So thank goodness people like you are in the movement.
Yeah, for sure. Like so for me, I'm looking at migrating Texas to probably either Louisiana and Arkansas, because those are the closest proximity to individuals.
Yeah, come over to Alexi or some past Christian or something. Yeah, just for a minute, not everybody, just a few people.
Yeah, just a few people. But I mean, once and for me, it's just like that right there, like county migration in Texas kind of gives us a taste, but it also allows us to set up an infrastructural plan. It allows us to get funding that's already coming to the state of Texas and money that are coming to Texas that we can just utilize to help the overall migration strategy. So that's what I looked at. It was just kind of like an interim thing. It's like, all right, it's going to be hard to tell you to move to Mississippi. But hell, if you in Texas, here, move to these Black counties. Like, move to these counties. We're going to get these seats. We're going to do this, and that. But this is a part of a long-term plan or overall strategy to move towards state majority. Now, we can have these little silos in Texas so that, if we, like I say, we just want to make some money and have some economic infrastructure that we can rely on to support, the other states, it's there. But overall, I think it was just, for me, I was like, this is probably going to be a stepstone that once people see us having this kind of power and leverage, then I'm saying, now imagine this on the state. You have the entire state power. And for me, I think that would be a lot easier for some people to really motivate them and encourage them to do it on a state level.
Before I let, before Darren, he has his hand up, so I want him to get in and speak right quick. So with the white liberals gentrifying cities, it would be a great thing right now for Black people to leave their homes in the cities and go to the rural areas and set up shop there.
So I I'm going to reply really quickly, you know, if that's okay. I would think if you own the home in the city, I do not advocate selling it. Also, I don't know everybody's financial situation. I don't know how the taxes are due, what's due on this property when someone passes away. Like, one of the things I think that, you know, we would do in a Black majority state was teach financial literacy and estate planning and help people understand how to pass what they've worked for onto their heirs in a very succinct and easy manner, right? Like, let's figure out how to do this. Plenty of people out there that can do that kind of stuff. So I'm not saying, hey, abandon, but, you know, perhaps you enter into like a lease agreement for like, I don't know, 60 years with somebody. You maintain the property, they're paying the lease, and then you use that to move somewhere else, or, you know, struggling, stay awake, struggling. It's that, listen, if you need a room to rent in Mississippi, establish residency there, I can help you with that.
To make a bake.
I can help you with that.
To make a bake. I'm struggling.
It's all going to be a matter of the personal situation. But the folks that we've identified here, for the most part, would be the early adopters that Yusuf was talking about earlier. Probably have a little bit more wiggle room than people who are younger and just starting out in life. Maybe to Darren's point earlier, if you get people coming into a state like Mississippi or Delaware, you run over Jackson State, you run over Delaware State, you run over to Tougaloo, and you can talk to these people now. Hey,
do something different with the lights.
You don't have to leave this.
Give me a second.
Continue that power here. I mean, it all works together. So there's going to be some considerations to take into account your individual circumstances. But if you're like, I've always wondered, like, why do people live in New York? Like, the home ownership rate there for Black people is like 20-something%. The state that has the highest home ownership rate for Black Americans is Mississippi. 54% of Black people in Mississippi own their homes. I take that all day, every day, and day. That's just me.
And I would agree to what Alexa said in that. And so for me, I started also looking at the economic infrastructure in rural areas. And like if you have a home in the city, you do what Alexa said, like rent it out. If you don't want to outright sell it, you don't use it as collateral. So when you go to another area, say I have this, I would like to take out this loan so that I can purchase this property, and now I can build a duplex. Or I can build a
and it's free and clear for mortgage. It's free and clear for mortgage. Yeah.
Right. And so now you just leverage that property that's in the city that you know what I'm saying, like you're not using directly. You just like, okay, I'm gonna use collateral, rent it out. Let me go and purchase some land over here in this rural area. And so here's the thing: when you have rural development, you can go apply for that USDA grant to provide housing, build a quadruplex. It's still a single family home. It's still going to look good on the bank. So you say, okay, I got collateral as my own home. I'm going to go and build a quadruplex. I'm going to get part of this as a grant. So it's going to pay for that. And I'm going to have a space now where I can bring 3 more families, Black families, with me to this rural area. And so that's, those are kind of like some of the strategies that we can utilize. If you have, way more assets and, you got a business out in the big city, got more collateral that you can use and say, okay, well, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go to this rural area, I'm gonna build an 8-unit apartment complex, and I'm gonna use my commercial building in the city as a collateral. You know what I'm saying? I think, like Alexa said, is that we're gonna be teaching. So for me, I'm gonna be teaching Black families how to leverage their wealth, how to save up their money over the course of a year so that they become their own funders in these kind of projects. So for me, I'm doing what's called the 100 Black Families Initiative. So what we're going to do is basically teach Black families how to start up their own holding company, and then we're going to have them become their own private hedge fund. So when you have a private hedge fund, our goal is to raise $1 million over the course of the year. So with $1 million, we now have this in this equity hedge fund. We can then go to the USDA and say, okay, well, we want to buy 30 acres to build, let's say, 600 homes. You know what I mean? And we build this home in a rural area so that we can also apply for USDA grants that are going to also subsidize us in these areas. They're going to reduce our taxes because now we're creating homes and industry in rural areas. There's just so many things that we could do.
And now Juno and Deontay are like the chairman and vice chair of the board of supervisors. So I mean, yeah, we're covered there. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this.
Juno and Deontay run it. I want to look there.
Right. And so, those are just, some of the options that we have available to us that we could be utilizing as a collective to really make this a real distinct program. It's going to be very advantageous for us. Like, we can really become internet service providers. There's so many different areas and ways that we can really take it. It's just, working collectively. I think that's the biggest thing for us as a community, is to start putting our dollars together, aggregating our wealth. And like I say, if you could save up $100 a month, like for me and my family, like we are the first 100 Black families. Like I got my family together, and our goal is to raise $1,000 a month. It's 12 of us, so we all just put in our part of $75, raising $1,000 a month. You know what I mean? So that we can invest over the course of the year. And so I want to teach not just my family can do it. Everyone's family can do it. We all can come together and raise that kind of capital. We become partners, and like I say, our own infrastructural development. So we all have ownership. It's not like, oh, well, I've got a great idea and I want everybody to throw their money behind me, and it's just support me and it's going to come back. No, we're actually going to be the actual shareholders in our own communities. And see, this is the great thing about shareholders in the community, right? When they have conversations about what they're going to do in the community, they go to the shareholders. They go to the people who own property, because those people have vetted interest in how this community turns out. Can't ignore shareholders. Get in the game. Can't ignore shareholders. And so when you like she was stating, like when you understand the Constitution, how those charters, city charters, county charters, and the state constitutions work, they allowed this because, again, this is one of the ways that they could discriminate against blacks in the South, was because many of us didn't own property, we didn't own land. So they built their laws around ownership. But now we have the ability to create hundreds of us become owners and shareholders and organize ourselves collectively. We have power. And it doesn't take a lot of us. Like I say, 100 black families can raise $1 million a year. You know what I'm saying? And altogether, that's 1,000 black people. 1,000 black people can raise $1 million a year every year, and they only literally contributing $100 a month. That's it. Yeah, that's I think most of us, for the most part, even working class blacks, we have disposable income of $100 a month, and so we do that, and we work with other black families. We can raise $1 million, and $1 million in capital a year is a significant amount of money, as far as just developing, like I say, rural areas, getting other investors, other banks, and things like that, utilizing grants and things like that, and that money will compound very quickly. So, I'll just let my plane right there.
Ooh, let's see, that looks a little better. Let's get this coming down just a little bit. Hey, yeah, what happened? What the hell happened?
Actually, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Darren was next.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. What the hell is happening?
You know what? I'm on the internet. I'm looking at the list of U.S. state budgets, right? And some of these numbers are pretty old, but now the budgets here.
I think just went really haywire. Really?
2019, the state budget for Alabama is $32.1 billion per year.
Oh yeah, and out of that 32 point whatever billion, over the course of time, the state legislature decided that Alabama A&M University, the land grant HBCU, deserved $500 million less than Auburn University over 20 years, which would not be an issue if we control the state legislature, right? In North Carolina, it was 2-point-something billion that A&T got less than North Carolina State, right?
So these budgets are in the billions. Look, the state of Alabama, $32 billion, right? The country, Nigeria, their total budget for the whole country is like $33 billion. So Alabama's 2019 budget is
It's about the same as the country of Nigeria. And Nigeria has over 200 million people.
And they're also getting a lot of minutes. It's quiet.
Yeah. Oh, you saying Nigeria?
You know, a lot of foreign countries get a lot of remittances when they have their people come over here. The job for the come here is to send money back to where they're from. I'm not against it. I'm saying that's what's going to happen. So I'm fine.
Right.
Okay, great episode, yeah. Do one, man. Positive budget. But for the homeland and the elected, you may know this mayor that was in Mobile, Sam Jones, a couple of years back.
I went to high school in Mobile, but you know, I don't live in Mobile, so I'm not super familiar. So I'm not familiar. But tell the story.
Well, the reason I bring him up is he's a brother, first and foremost. He's a very diverse brother. Sam Jones is working on an international level as a mayor. I mean, he bought Mercedes-Benz there, bought
as he should. Mobile is a port city.
Yes.
Like, okay, so I'm gonna tell this because I'm an Alabamian, right? Mardi Gras started in Mobile, Alabama. So I'll be very clear here. Sorry, right in Mobile, Alabama. But,
well, I'm 45 minutes away, so I know.
Okay.
Yeah, but I still don't understand this, you know, what Deontay was talking about, this whole concept, this, you know, black migration, it comes to pass, this gets enacted, you know, and more importantly, only our land in the county for pennies on the dollar, you know, so there's a win-win there too. I'll land my plane with that.
I'll say this really quickly. You know, there are plenty of people who have land already and have had land for a long time. I remember I was doing some work, and I wish Blood Pack was in here. I was doing some work with her, and I introduced her to someone because I loved the idea of what she was working with. And this person, I didn't know it at the time, but it's an old family friend, and she had been she was the first Black American president, first Black president of the National Dietetics Association, whatever. So she was giving some information, and through this process, we were meeting some people that she introduced us to from Louisiana. And we got on this call with this guy, and he was the county extension agent for the particular, or he's the extension agent for whatever parish he lived in Louisiana, because his parish is there, right? Not counties. But he worked for Southern University. He was an extension agent, and he had forgotten that we had a call with him, and he was out with one of the farmers in his parish, and we're talking to him, and he was like, well, I have a little farm, so I'm going to let you two talk to, you know, this farmer with a big farm. And now they're both people from our lineage, right? And guess how many acres? I just want you guys to guess. Guess how many acres the guy with the small farm had? Guess the number. I'm actually asking you guys to answer this question if you don't mind. Can somebody?
100 acres?
No, he did not have 100 acres.
I'm gonna say 50 acres.
He did not have 50 acres. Do you guys just want me to tell you?
Yes, please.
The extension agent who had a small farm had 400 acres of land.
Wow. 400 acres.
He had 400 acres himself, and he's with a farmer who sounds older than him. And this Black man, guess how many acres he had? And this, I'm sorry?
He probably had about 1,500.
That's exactly how many he had. And let me tell you, all I heard was, so either you have sons, because I'm sure somebody needs to marry somebody in my family. Because I was like, it's right there. We have a lot of entrepreneurial wealth already. We just have to tap it. And, you know, it's just one of these things where we have to understand and leverage it. You know, it's wonderful that we have these things now so that we're able to talk about that. But there are many of us that own land, so it's just how we leverage it. And you're talking about, you know, it's about having access to the capital markets, you know, being able to leverage other people's money. Because, you know, the first rule of business, I understand, is use somebody else's money. The man who bought this app didn't even buy it with his own damn money. And, you know, you have state chartered banks, you can have, you know, credit unions, things like that. So there's a multitude of ways that we can influence and ensure that we have a strong economy that is, working for us and empowers us to do well.
Like you think about like someone taking 30 acres and creating a wind farm and a solar farm, and now we're powering our communities. We're creating renewable energy. And like I say, things like that, you can get grants. You can get grants as long as we have the engineers. We send in our school now. We know we send our kids to school to be engineers, to be technicians. Then these are trades again that they're paying for. They can get scholarships. You got different type of industries putting money into those skill sets.
Absolutely, but also we're going to need people to be barbers because I don't know many black men that don't like their hair being cut and being fresh. Like, I don't know that to be the case anyway. So you need all of these things to work together. And I think Darren was talking about earlier. You need people who understand, water management and wastewater management, how those things work. So you need plumbers, like you need some plumbers, you need the contractors. You're gonna need every single thing under the sun, and every single thing. So there's a place for everyone, no matter what your interest is. We can figure it out, and it can help a black majority state.
However, Alexis, 1,500 acres, that is huge.
No, it is. And listen, let me tell you, he was a big portion of his crop. He was selling to two different food companies. They would come and get his. I don't like because I don't eat them, but I don't want to say it. It's Glory Greens. He was selling a lot of turnip greens to this particular canning company, right? And one of the interesting things about my maternal grandfather is he used to grow cucumbers. He used to grow cucumbers on his land, and he would hire out kids from the area to work it. But he sold the cucumbers to pickling companies. But he did it so that kids would have jobs there. And I constantly get it from even white people like, oh, I used to work on your grandfather's farm. Nice. And I was like, okay, I didn't know. But okay, I'll take it for whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, but that opens up a whole lot of other transportation, for trucking, marketing, all kind of opportunities. So, one thing to get to another, when it comes to business. I had a professor told me once, you can please have fleas. That's all. That's looking at a microscopic level.
No, it is, and I'm not really great at cleaning baseboards. I feel like I have somebody come to clean my baseboards at my house, right? It could be that skilled labor because I don't feel like doing it. Also, maybe I'm just not that good at it. Everybody has a skill, and every skill is valuable.
Correct. Hey, Muffin, you can jump in if you want to.
Jump on in.
No problem. Just trying to catch up and keep up with what's being spoken about. Hello, Alexis. It's nice to meet you formally.
Oh, likewise.
I had one question. I think I heard Deonta talking about forming partnerships. And at some point, I would like to visit the Mississippi, Alabama area. And I just want to try to get a sense of what the landscape looks like in that region and what the ideas might be for trying to get people to see themselves as being able to organize into a Black majority state. So, what are your ideas about spearheading a movement like that, or being a part of getting people galvanized for the Black majority state concept?
Well, see, are you asking me or are you asking Alexis or Black American Homeland?
Well, Deonta, you live in Florida, correct? Or somewhere near?
No, I live in Texas.
Oh, my mistake. For some reason, I thought you were in Florida. You did say you lived in Texas. I was talking to Alexis because she lives in Alabama. And I believe you said you were interested in going to Mississippi at some point.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm in Mississippi all the time. I live very close to the Mississippi border, right? Okay. I'm there all the time, and I have some property in Mississippi. But what I would say is it definitely matters, like kind of the area you're in and helping people understand it. Like, I do not live in the Black Belt of Alabama. I do not live there. I did not grow up in the Black Belt of Alabama. So it looks very different than what it is. Like, I'm not going to tell people, hey, come up to this particular county where I am, although you need people to do that. But Darren will know this. My parents acquired a house in this one county in Mississippi. And this county was 40% Black. And I remember because I asked the question when I first went down there. I'd already looked up some stuff, but when we went down to the Chancery Clerk's office to like file the paperwork for them to take ownership of the house, the clerk walked up. She's a Black woman. I'm like, okay, tell me exactly how many people here are Black. What's the percentage? She's like, oh, it's about 40%. Now, this is the county of Mississippi. The county population in this county was only 14,000 people. So what Deontay is saying, just get a few people over here and you can run that board of supervisors. That's what they call it in Mississippi. You can start doing a lot of different things. So I think from a perspective of encouraging people, I know my lane, and I just go back to what I said earlier about home ownership rates. The highest rate of Black home ownership in America is in Mississippi. Why are you sitting in Illinois or New York when you don't own it, when you don't own a home there? You're not building wealth. You're not creating wealth to pass along to a new generation. That's what I would say. It's really not the entire answer. It's just my lane is financial literacy and that sort of thing. There are other things that have to go with it. And I feel like everyone in here can do that. But yeah, I also think it's beautiful. And again, I kind of have to go back to the thing that Black Majority State and I were talking about earlier when it was about the thing on Max where he was like, hey, where was she from? I'm like, no. She was from Arkansas. But she was saying that regardless of the history of the South, with all the history of the South, she feels the safest here. I feel the safest in Alabama. This is where I grew up. Like, I understand and then how to navigate it. It's not a place people would go. I remember one of my friends from undergrad came and was like, it's kind of like an integrated Mayberry. I was like, I guess whatever you say. And, it's not something everyone's going to love all the time. My thing would be like, how do you get this? But, I grew up in an area where my family had, purchased land and then passed it along. So, I try to explain it from that stance, but I'm sure there's something that, from your perspective that could help color the situation, but not everywhere in Alabama looks like exactly where I live, but you need it everywhere. Does that help answer the question, or did I completely miss the mark?
No, that's fine. I had another question. I heard Deontay talking about forming business partnerships and trying to organize business ventures in the future. I know you mentioned a few specific businesses, but I think that's an important ingredient in the overall, in the overall movement. Like, can't only talk about actually moving to different states and organizing. We also have to consider forming business partnerships and engage in businesses in the cities and towns we decide to move to. But go ahead.
I want to say one of the interesting things to me when I first met Black Majority State, because he's talking about Delaware, right? The place where most U.S. corporations are housed is in the state of Delaware. And I'm like, that's a coup right there. You take over that state, and we can, we are in the state where, a lot of businesses are domiciled, and you can work to make sure the laws, continue to favor them while also favoring us. It gives you a lot of leeway here. And then building those partnerships and even those family offices, listen, there are a couple of people I know, even from where I'm from, they're white people, but that, when they need something like, oh, we need a new car, they call the family offices because their great-grandfather set it up in such a way because, they set up the trust in such a way that the money's going to be there for a while, but you just don't have access to it all the time, right? So I think that's the beauty of what Deontay is saying. We can do these things, and it requires an amount of honesty with one another and, just the paperwork and the understanding. But yeah, I mean, it can absolutely happen. Well, go ahead, I'm sorry. I know, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, I can propose it as a hypothetical. If there were 100 people in the room right now that were willing to put up money, according to what you know about the layout of both the states you live in, Alabama and Mississippi, what would be the best business for us to form that would be needed in either of those states, or would be the best business to form for us to reach people's needs in those states, both Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana? I guess I shouldn't have discussed so many states, but I'll stick with Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Moving forward, what would be the best businesses that we would consider venturing into that the people in those states need in their everyday lives?
Right. So that's going to be a little bit beyond my purview. What I would answer is every business that Mississippians use is a business we can venture into. I know that could sound crazy, right? But I'm going to say, we're going to need plumbers. Also, we're going to need some lawyers. Also, we're going to need some school bus drivers. We're just going to need everything. So I think one of the pigeonholes we could paint ourselves into is thinking because, and I hate when people say this, when someone says, oh, I was just a factory worker. That's kind of important, right? Every skill you have is something you can use, and you can come back. And then if we're talking about people like retirees, they can come back because that's also just an untapped resource that we have of knowledge transfer that can exist. I'm going to tell you, I love grandparents. I love grandparents because grandparents are great, and there's just so much knowledge they can pass on to you that your parents don't have time to teach you. And so imagine we have a place where we have these people coming in, and they have time to teach. It could be languages, it could be plumbing, it could be whatever it is to pique your interest in something. I know this is not exactly what you're asking. I don't know a specific business, but
is it tough to set up certain businesses in Mississippi?
One of the industries that I would look into is manufacturing and logistics and supply chain. Kind of what Alexis already said, there are a number of Black people who already own 1,000-acre farms who they're not manufacturing products from it. They're just selling the raw material. So that would be definitely an industry in which we can really kind of capitalize on. And from that agriculture, manufacturing, processing, creating jellies, jams, pickles, just things that we already kind of eat. And so
may I say this really quickly in that? Much of that is regulated through the state legislatures, through the states, right? So in Alabama specifically, right? So you have, they want to do hemp, and now they've done medical marijuana. But one of the things they decided when they're going to do medical marijuana was they were only going to give out 4 licenses to grow it. You had to have a facility that was secure to grow it in, whatever it was, all this stuff. But if they granted you a license and you applied, and to apply for the license is $15,000. But if they granted you the license, you had to be ready to produce within 60 days. That means you need to have a secure facility to grow and then sell to people. So a lot of this comes into lobbying, and the states control and regulate the industry there as well. And so this is important. So we can then begin to regulate what the industry looks like.
So if I wanted to get into regular agriculture, I could just buy a few acres of land and erect warehouse, refrigerated warehousing, and also.
In Alabama or Mississippi, you can buy land wherever you want. They're not going to tell you what to do. It's your land. They're really not going to tell you what to do unless you're trying to blow somebody up.
Yeah, but speaking towards what Deontay was talking about with transportation, logistics, and manufacturing. I don't know if you said manufacturing, but I just had the idea of if you're working hand in hand with farmers and you wanted to transport their produce or goods, you would need storage, you would need trucks, you would need, other resources. So
100%. And I'm going to point you to a lady named Brooke. Blood Pack is, oh gosh, I don't know if Blood Pack is still the Twitter usage, but this is one of the things she was talking about was creating a completely Black supply chain, right? She was talking about going from the Black farmers to like Black grocery stores, but to get it there, you gotta have Black transportation companies and all that in between. And this is what, she was working on. So, she's developed this out way more than I have. But when I first heard it, I was like, oh my gosh, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but if a number of us was talking about starting a business venture together, would that be a good,
Yeah, definitely it would be a viable industry too, because transportation is always going to be growing. And then you think about having a state majority in somewhere like Mississippi, Alabama. Now you have access to ports. And so you can expand your transportation, your import and export, also through those port systems. So definitely transportation, manufacturing, and logistics, supply chain is always going to be a viable industry. And then, just different states have higher levels of competition or competitiveness. But since we're going to create Black supply chain companies and industry, we're not going to have as much competition because we're literally going to be providing and supplying products and goods to ourselves. We're taking it to a level that we haven't taken it. Like, we haven't really connected a fully Black supply chain company where you have communications, you have the truck, you have transportation, you have the dispatch services, you have all those things. Like I said, all those things are going to create jobs. And that's the biggest thing that you're going to need when you have a migration plan. You're going to be able to have to create local jobs. You're going to have jobs that just regular people can work as they come to these new communities. And like I say, those are going to be, for me, I think agriculture is probably going to be the top industry that we're looking to take a good amount of control. Agriculture and supply chain and manufacturing. Those are going to be the top 3 industries for me that I focus on. Because again, like I say, those are highly profitable industries. They're going to be industries that we're going to need to be super developed as we begin to have majority states.
And if you think you're too smart to do all that work, because you're absolutely right, agriculture is it. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're too smart to do all that, you're too cool for everything that goes on, we're going to need some veterinarians because they're going to be able to inspect the food supply, make sure the livestock is safe and taken care of. And these things are great. And interestingly, in Alabama, one of the, I don't want to say the wrong number now, I think it's 27 or 28 veterinary schools in America. We have 2 in Alabama, one at Auburn University, the other at Tuskegee University, which is a private institution, but is given land grant status as HBCU. And so a couple people out there who went to Tuskegee to veterinary school, but if you need to be way more educated to do something, being a veterinarian is a good idea. You're not just going to take care of dogs and cats. You can help make sure the food supply is safe.
Sure, so let's just apologize. But, we're circling around a Black supermarket. I agree with that.
Oh, yeah, and that was part of her plan, too, was the Black grocery store, the Black supermarket. It's all there, yeah. Again, I'm sorry, I'm a big picture kind of a girl. Sorry.
No, I mean, what you were talking about, Alexis, I'm not sure what you mentioned your friend. Again, we were talking earlier, Muffin and I, with Miss Mel, after ethno-aggregation, there is vertical integration, and that's exactly what you all are talking about, being able to not only grow the crops, or in this case, and then be able to transport them, be able to harvest them, and then be able to have a means of production. And all of those would be requiring labor. When before, or I guess my last job, now was about 10 years ago, I worked for the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership. So in D.C., to build economic and, helping, small businesses as well as, even large businesses, work with the government, get grants as well as doing business and coming into the D.C. and finding the best location. One of the things that I was responsible was creating neighborhood profiles. So there's 100, DC is not that large. I mean, it's a good-sized city, but it's not that large. So we had over 121 neighborhoods, and I would profile, the different neighborhoods. So when people are, whether they be moving or thinking about opening up a business, they have a good outline on what are the demographics, from how much people are earning, the racial relationships, and schooling, things like that. I think the next step that I see when Muffet was talking about, whether you're in Alabama or the different areas that everyone's living in, I think it would be really helpful if we start looking at creating county profiles for every state that make up of the majority Black states, or even the states that we believe that this could be accomplished. And because every county has different missions, and the governor, kind of sets out those different missions. Like this county is going to be focused on agriculture. You can kind of see the different county, how they set up the laws of taxes, and then also where they put money towards different things. So I think really understanding how the counties are currently structured from a strategic standpoint for each state, and then we create those profiles, and then we have a better understanding of, okay, in this county, it makes sense to do agriculture, and then we'll be able to see how we can connect the dots, whether we're talking about transportation. I honestly think transportation is a really strong one, not only because it aids in the migration of people. You're able to, if you have a bus tour, I used to, I have a nonprofit that, schools or buses kids to different schools for college tours and things like that. And, just being able to do that, there's, athletic kids have to, go, and then also just from another thing that we did for the economic development, when developers came into town, we would bus them around and show them different, properties that they could invest in. So I think when I think about transportation, I think it just has a great positive, and I think we can utilize a number of different avenues, and it really connects the community. So yeah, I like the direction of the conversation. I really think we have a consensus on this, and we all are, in different areas of the world, or the country.
I'm in the fight.
So I think we really need to kind of define, like, what does that look like in each state? So then people can. I do believe Delaware should be, priority number one. But then we need to start building out the documentation. Build on what Black American Homeland and the Black Majority State have done, so we can actually have a living and working documents, creating these profiles. So yeah.
And I would say too, I believe the brothers are doing something similar on their social app. So if you guys haven't got on social, there's actually the Black Majority channels and social that you can get into and get more information. Also connect with individuals who are looking to, create migration plans for the specific state. So definitely, get on the social app. You download Mighty app, and then just I think you add social, if I'm not mistaken. But that's another way to get more information.
Okay. I'm gonna need a personal favor here, guys. Talking about a lot of apps. I'm old now, so I'm gonna need you guys to help me with these apps. I gotta get on. Just let you know.
Yeah, my last. What was the last thing I was gonna say? Yeah, I'll come back to it.
Oh, okay, if I can jump in.
Jump.
Earlier, I heard
Jump.
about
Champion lover.
Having a form of investment groups where maybe it was 1,000 families, 1,000 people donated a certain amount to reach 1 million plus per year. Now, considering we are able to do that at some point in the future, and we're looking at the state of Mississippi and the investment needed. I also believe I heard it mentioned that there's a lot of land, but there needs to be investment in that land. When we're we're able to get to that point, what would be the best way to utilize that investment to help develop land or develop excuse me, I should even be on it, really not feeling too well.
I would say the first thing is really going to have to be doing the economic analysis of that respective state or county or community, so that you know exactly, like kind of what you just said, what's there, what's already been funded, where's the direction that the current legislators are taking those areas, those counties, and then once you understand that, you know exactly where you're going to be investing in a good portion of the capital. You can always diversify. You can always put, you know, like I said, you got $1 million. You can say, well, let's put 300,000 into communications. Let's put another 150,000 into transportation. Let's put 300,000 into agriculture. Let's put the last remaining 200,000 into supply chain. And you can look at, like I say, what areas in that state are going to be the best counties, like I say, because what you will be able to do, you can do fund matching. So if you know you got $300,000 already, you can go to a bank and probably get another $500,000 to $600,000 easily. I would say really, if you got 300,000, 20% of that, you could get up to 1.5 million. 300,000 is your down payment. You get 1.5 million with most banks. And so now you took that 300,000, you turn it into 1.5 million.
Man, show me them banks, bro. Show me them banks, man.
And say, okay, well,
I don't know if them banks exist, bro.
Scale up your infrastructure. You know, you got new equipment, you need some cooling refrigerators. So here's what we want to do. Let's create this partnership where we provide these services, and we want this percentage of the overall farming business. And you know, you do those kind of things, just negotiations and just figuring out what's going to work best for your team, what's going to work best for you. So those are just some of the things that you can do. You know, not being too specific, but just giving a general concept of how something like that would work.
And you know, I would like to add on, if I may, by fitting Deontay here. Those things are absolutely right. And you know, it's going to take a number of minds, but you know, one of the things that we have at our disposal, and I love this, it exists in Washington, D.C., it exists in North Carolina, it exists in Texas, it exists in Florida, it exists in Louisiana. Our law schools, HBCU law schools, you have Southern University Law Center in Louisiana, you've got Texas Southern University, Thurgood Marshall School of Law. The Texas Southern University is a place where one of my grandmother's first cousins was the president for years. So you have these where they're able to learn the law, understand it, and help us craft that in the best way. And those are things that we have to do. And also, I think that we should focus on making sure people go to these schools, come back, serve our communities, become the DAs, become the public defenders, whatever it is. But I think that's a piece of that as well. Not just to add another, you know, piece of the mix, but, you know, there's some things that already exist that we just have to use appropriately.
I couldn't agree more. You know, a lot of people, you know, I always mention this when I first, you know, found this group. You know, folks were talking down to like the Blue Lay, you know, fraternities and sororities and things like that. These are, as MLK, you know, said, structured forces. While they're not, you know, right now positively benefiting all of our community, they have the infrastructure. So when, you know, Alex is talking about lawyers, there's a National Black Bar, you know, the Bar Association.
The National Bar Association is amazing.
Yeah, so there's a number of different professional organizations. Right now, I'm working to aggregate a lot of those associations so we can, you know, utilize when we do have a message to, you know, disseminate it to them. But, you know, we have a lot of the infrastructure is just going unused. And, you know, to your point when you were talking about investing, quite honestly, what I see when we actually really profile these different, you know, counties and such, all of these counties are getting not only federal but state grants. You know, Black majority state he actually played a young brother that was, I think, 30, talking about how the electricity, like cars and things like that. I think that was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. There's this guy that I know, from college. He actually, and it's in the same industry. It's called Battery Exchange. They just got $6.3 billion in federal grants because the Biden administration is giving out grants to improve, energy efficiency and things like that. So how we really access that money is seeing what the federal government and the state governors are saying that they're deeming is their agenda. And then that's where they're actually putting money into the local commissions. And it's our responsibility to create solutions that identifies, what those problems. So that's how we are able to access money. I always mention, I was working on a drone company. We got $3.2 billion. And that's all as far as like seeing where the governorship or, what the leaders are saying that they're going to put the money in. And it's our responsibility to find ways to access that money by providing solutions to the communities that they say that they want to serve. So the money is there. We just need to, move and then create strategies to attain it.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And I want to add this too. When you talk about batteries, right? Like the disposal of batteries and electronics is extremely important because it will affect agriculture. It will, like where you place it will affect how the food supply looks, how the health of our communities are. All of these things work hand in hand. And I can tell you right now, there is a group of people at Alabama A&M University or Jackson State University or Hampton University, whichever HBCU it is, and they're way smarter than me on this particular issue that can solve the problems for us, that can help us, and we can keep them, as Darren was talking about earlier, from leaving and going off to somewhere else to help us solve the problems in our locality. So, I think it's all wonderful. And yes, there's money for it, but there have to be people who know how to deal with it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Alexis is not the person to call about electronics disposal. I don't know how this works. I just know it can't go everywhere. That's the limit of my knowledge, right?
Well, Alexis, more so, you got.
Woo! Trying to stay awake.
Most college students are of age, all right?
Well, they are, and that's another issue that happens is that people don't like college students to vote because they're going to change the electorate a little bit. And, we could be in a place where we let people know, you come here to school, we want you voting. We want you to be here because, we want to retain you. This is one of the things that we were, trying to explain to people at, South Carolina State University. Not that we had a big campaign and we were doing everything right, but, it was a small effort at it, but those things are super important.
Well, most people forget, the principal people that back campus, those were college students, so, I'm a big advocate for education, but why not? You've made it more focused on HBCUs. That brings it back home. Great point.
We're both seeking government funding or private investment from ourselves. Those are all good options. I would like to, develop this discussion further and just keep it on the table so we can work on it, down the line and get together off this platform or on a platform and discuss it and help it to grow. And also, like Yusuf said, pretty much get an idea of the demographics and the needs of each region, so we'll know what our best options are for either investment or what businesses establish in those regions.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say, I think Black American Homeland may be able to add something to this, right? Most of the data that we're talking about actually already exists. I'm going to tell you something. The census, they have everything. It's so much to the point where the best indicator of how much wealth you'll have when you die is the zip code where you were raised. That's the best indicator that exists. And there are tons of reasons around it. but the data exists, and there's smart gentlemen and ladies like you all on here who are younger than me. They can go and synthesize it and show it to me really quickly. I think we have that. And then, you suss it out and, make it speak to what our people need to hear. But, you don't have to build the complete wheel. Just take some of the stuff and turn it upside down. This is how I look at the migration strategy. It's taking states' rights, it's taking federalism, radical federalism. And I always thought about it this way. I'm like, the Mormons have a state. They have Utah. And it was not until I watched the documentary or the whatever on Max, and he was like, the hippies got a state in Vermont. I'm like, I never thought about that shit. They turned it from conservative to liberal. I never thought about it. Doesn't mean it's stupid. I just never thought about it that way.
Yeah. If we're going to cooperate on that level, though, that financial level, it would be good to partner with a financial institution that can act as a guarantor or hold everything in escrow.
We have plenty of Black financial institutions in this country. There's several that we can use.
Money.
There's
Get to the bag.
Yeah, I wish we had more, but
no, I wish we had more, but we do have them. We have several. And
they're not that. Unfortunately, they're not that good. Like they don't have.
They're not sophisticated on that level.
They're not, because it takes money to recruit talent and do these things. And listen, they've been trying to lock us out for a long time, so they do a really good job of that. But states also have the ability to charter banks.
Yes, but building up to that point, like if we're going to invest with each other or form a group for investment, the reason I bring up a financial institution is they can act as both a guarantor or I don't want to say underwriter. I don't know if that's the right term, but it instill trust where whatever we invest, or while it's in holding, it'll be with them until we're ready to strike out and make that purchase or make that investment. We have them holding the funds, and along the line, we're discussing the best way. We also have advisors letting us know what the best avenues are, or the best investments in the region are, or the best way to utilize our funds for our capital. So, I mean, if we could just make a commitment to each other, and in the following weeks and months, to talk about this further, and maybe you're more familiar with those regions. Right now we're looking at the Northeast, you're in the South, the Deep South. I just if we can just promise to keep this conversation going and develop it week by week until it actually gets to the point where we could bring in more people, and we can all commit a certain amount of funds every month, just like Black. Just like Black is trying to do with Fund Socially for the Delaware Project. We can also devote something to Mississippi or Alabama to develop the movement there. So if we can just carry this through perpetually, to from month to month, and see what our progress is over a year. So basically just the building blocks of us organizing with each other and making sure from month to month we have actual tangible progress. That's where I would like it to.
This is not at least for me, this is not an exercise of intellect. I don't have time. This would be a waste of my time any other way. I've looked into, when you're talking about gathering finances, I was mentioning the co-opt. I think honestly that would be the first place so we can store wealth. Looking at whether that be starting a credit union. I've looked into it a bit, and kind of what is necessary. Initially I do believe in people having private ownership and deciding to work with whoever, but I do think it would be in our best interest to have somewhere where we can not only put wealth or put our incomes to, and then be able to pull out loans for individual investment opportunities. And say what you people want about. I'm not a Trump supporter or anything, but his platinum plan, and well, not even just him, but any of these presidential candidates. I think if we do get anything tangible, one of the things is just being able to borrow more money, and I think if we have our money situated in a specific bank, that and then everybody has their own accounts and things like that. I think that would be the first step of just building trust. So that's how I see. One of the first tangible things is having a source, what's called a CDFI, a community development financial institution, and then going from there.
And I'd like to kind of add on too, because Yusuf actually just said what I was going to talk about, the CDFIs, and how there's funding that's been specifically allotted to CDFIs from the Department of Commerce, from HUD, and from USDA. All of those have programs where they put funding into the economic development plan. So one of the things that I was looking at with our 100 Black Families Initiative is that while we're raising up that $1 million, this can also be the basis of us starting our own investment banks and our own CDFIs, because a lot of the times you just need that amount of money to get it started, to get it going. So this could be literally the creation of our own investment bank. So we're just taking the money that we raised together. We created a hedge fund. That hedge fund then turns and put that money into an investment bank. So even with having an investment bank, we also are going to make sure that we invest into crypto technology and blockchain technology, because that's digital currency. It's going to be the future of how we do business globally. So, but having that infrastructure set gives us a lot of working power. And like I say, when you create the bank, you don't have to spend the money. You're creating the bank, now the money is there, and then you get it secured. And now you're actually being able to borrow from the Treasury itself and get more money to compound on what you raise. And so and the thing is, for me, when I did the 100 Black Families Initiative, I wanted to make sure that we were creating shareholders. We're not just creating people who invest in my bank, support a Black bank. No, they're going to be the shareholders. We're all going to be collectively owners of our own investment bank. And this changes the way most banks are operated. Most banks you see come into existence, they have their members, but the members don't really get a share or portion of the profits from the bank. Whereas with us creating an investment bank, we get profits, we get shares. Then we start to revolutionize how we do blockchain tokens. We can support those platforms in a far more meaningful level, a more meaningful way, so that we can expand our wealth and resources. Then you take that into us creating infrastructure and development, rural areas, especially like Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. Lots of rural land out there, lots of grants and funding that are going to the state and county government. So there's so much that we can do. I think the biggest part, like you said, Musket, is when I first originally started working on the 100 Black Families Initiative, I enlisted a financial services provider. And they're like, yeah, we'll teach the financial literacy.
Gotta take another drink break.
To start their own family owning company and build their own family trust. But I also want to make sure that at least 3 members of that family are financially literate, and they can act on behalf of the family and making sure that good, sound business decisions are going to be made. So we're going to be educating them on financial literacy, how to set up their companies, how to leverage their wealth, so that they can expand and continue to build on as a family and what they want to do individually. So there's so many different avenues that come from us teaching ourselves, building our community, and working collectively. And I think the best way to do it, for me and my perspective, is I didn't want to create, like I say, just a company. It's like, hey, y'all support me as a Black businessman. I'm trying to teach Black people how to know. I was like, no, support me in teaching you how to become your own shareholder. Support me in teaching you how to own your community. Not just be a part of it, and not just sitting here watching everybody else grow wealthier and wealthier and take opportunities. No. Trust me and invest in me to teach you how to become what you already are. And so when you change that dynamic, you change our paradigm. And I think the biggest thing that we really have to do when we're talking about the majority strategy is that you got to see the incentive part of it. You have to understand that people are going to ask, what is going to be my benefit? How is this going to change my life? And if you haven't thought about how you're going to change the lives of Black folks by moving to the South or moving from the North to the South, then you're not probably going to have a lot of feedback. You're not probably going to have a good response. So you got to have that incentive. You got to say, well, we're setting up infrastructural development and economic development that's going to benefit you in these ways. We're going to take you being able to, you're living at poverty, you're living just above poverty, you're living cash and check. We're telling you that if you invest in this rural development, you invest in these things, here are some of the returns. We're going to get more than a 1%, 2%, 3% return on your investment that you're getting currently with your bank. So that's incentive. That's another. Then you tell them, like, well, we're going to make you partners and shareholders in this program. So it's not just you come in here, you're going to benefit us, but no, we're going to create ways and avenues for you to literally be a shareholder and a partner in all that we create. And that's what I think is the biggest component of it, is creating those cooperatives, creating LLCs, creating our own stockholding companies. Because even though we have a large number of Black businesses, most Black businesses are sole proprietorships. They don't offer stock, they don't offer shares, and there's no way for Black people to truly benefit from them outside of just, purchasing product or a service. Well, now we're changing that paradigm, saying, okay, I'm going to invest in this electrical engineering company that also has electricians who can come wire my house, but I can also buy shares in this company. That's a whole different ball game and an incentive platform for getting Black people to collectively work together. And that's what I've been focusing on building and doing in our communities.
That's excellent. Guys, I'm really big into infrastructure and legal monopolies, like electricity companies, water companies, waste disposable, sewage treatment plants, sanitation, public transport, newspapers, companies, news channels, telephone companies. Those are all legal monopoly. And those are type of services that, that the community needs. And I think it's probably not guaranteed profit, but it's definitely guaranteed revenue. And so what do you guys think of legal monopolies and infrastructure?
I think it's solid, homeland, but when you talk about
monopoly, what is that? What is a legal monopoly?
There's a lot of infrastructure developed. So
Blockbusters. This is
sky's the limit for investment opportunities.
Right. But the state can guarantee the state. I believe the state, if we don't have private companies that can be the middleman, right? We can use the state. The state can, charter some type of institution that can be the middleman for all these different type of things that we are proposing.
Yeah, I think that's a great opportunity to develop co-ops because it's not so focused on profit, and people can have great working conditions as well as build wealth and be able to vote on who they think would be the best leader in those let's say controlled monopolies. Like I said, I think we just need to. A huge part of this is marketing and branding. I know a number of different people are doing different things, across the different states, and even for just recently, the chapter that I crossed after my fraternity, we only have 200 members, and we set up an endowment for over $100,000. So now students that go to Old Domain University, we give them scholarships. So we're thinking, I think in pockets, people are thinking in this, vertical integration, making sure we're insulating our wealth and not just, every year we're donating money and, we're not actually building any, wealth is about, securing, it's about securing the profit. So we just need to create avenues so people can, do this together, have a group vision that is clearly communicated that everyone can kind of, see the direction.
Yeah. So if we look at this as two fronts, we're on the East Coast and you're in the South. We have limitations where we're not all together, but we want each other on the different fronts to be successful. So it's a matter of, and Deonta, I would like to, for you, myself, and others in this room to be able to get together at a later point and develop your ideas a little more and get more familiar with exactly how you want to implement everything. But I think we have to look at this as an opportunity to grow from here and develop these ideas about these investment strategies, moving into these regions and starting businesses, whether we utilize government funding, grants, or we bring on more people or more prospective members involved with this movement and have, private investment. It's something that's necessary because it's really one of the only ways that we're going to make progress in the Black majority state movement. We have to look at it as like two fronts and also as a strategy where we both focus on business development and political campaigning to bring in more interested, for less lack of a better term, membership into the movement.
Definitely. I'm definitely all for that because, like I said, I am looking for members and investors into my business and what we're doing and how we're going to be active in the community because it actually has two prongs. I'm really gearing it towards a social enterprise where we're not just looking for profits, we're actually looking to create impact in our communities over everything else. And then also combining that concept with a nonprofit 501c4 social welfare organization because this allows us to actually have political engagement. This allows us to set up policies that are going to be beneficial and favorable to us. So we're doing community outreach, we're doing the business, we're setting up the programs, and so there's just so many different ways that we actually can do this. I've developed a blueprint and format for that and got to name the concept. So definitely I'm would love for individuals who are interested in hearing more about the vision and being a part and investing and contributing to the initial output because it's too easy for us to get on a Zoom call. It's too easy for us to get on Teams. It's too easy for us to get on Google Hangouts and literally have these conversations and work and build with each other. Getting contracts put together because I'm all about contracts. I'm all about us doing business the right way. I do not trust word of mouth. I do not trust word is bond. Let's put it on paper and we're going to all sign and make our agreements that way and we're going to hold each other accountable legally. So that's how I do business with everybody. Like people really get mad at me now because when I start talking about certain parts of it, I say, look, I'm going to need you to sign an NDA. Like you're not going to just take my concepts and ideas and not contribute me or acknowledge me for it. So I started having people sign NDAs, and I found out when I started doing that, a lot of people that was claiming to be interested in working with me, I'm like, oh, well, I don't think it's that serious to sign an NDA and this, and that. I'm like, all right, well, you're lost. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do, but I'm going to make sure that I'm not just protecting myself. my team, because I want to make sure their IP, their intellectual property, is also valued, respected, their time is valued and respected, and they're not being undercut or cheated by someone else who doesn't believe that. So that's why I have non-disclosures in place. That's why I started getting that non-repeat agreements in place, because that holds everybody honest. It keeps everybody transparent. All know what's going on. I think that has to be the forefront of how we can bring this together. Like, we can't just think, oh, well, word is bond and all that kind of stuff. Like, nah, we're going to put that on paper. We're going to go ahead and put this on the contract so that everybody can go back and review what their responsibilities are, what their shares and all this stuff. It's just accountability. I'm definitely all for it, because I think these are the conversations that we need to be having in our communities. And and one of the things that also that I've learned about being gathering, that sweat equity, we can start saying, okay, well, look, if you phone bank for an hour, you can contact these many people, you get paid $20 an hour, or you get paid, say $1 per contact, things like that, because it allows for the individuals who don't have money or who may not have a large family wealth to still be beneficiaries in what we're trying to do to create economic infrastructure and development in our communities in a meaningful way. And so, like I say, I've thought about this for a couple of years now. I've been working on it. I've been working on the marketing for it and putting together the concept, and but like I say, I'm definitely interested in having more board members, because, like, honestly, it's been a one-man team. I've been doing the marketing, I've been doing the graphic design, the website development, writing out the curriculums and programs, and that is time consuming. So I definitely would love to have more individuals interested to come on the board and be involved.
And you're looking to operate in Mississippi?
I'm going to operate, honestly, all across the United States. Like, I won't limit our wealth building to just Mississippi or Alabama, but that can be
I think the question may be, where are you going to be domiciled? Are you going to be domiciled in Mississippi, Alabama, Delaware? Like, what state would you be domiciled in? Maybe that's the question. Perspective.
I think, honestly, it probably depends on how we go with it. And who all gets on board.
Remember, if you have a national organization, you can be domiciled. You can have every state chapter domiciled in a different place. But I'm just asking that. Sorry.
But I think our initial outreach and probably infrastructural investment is going to be somewhere in the South. I don't want to just decide now, because I think first I want to get the families organized. I want to get the people who are going to be on the team, and then we decide, okay, what strategically makes sense, because I would still have to do more research into what markets and what economies are going to be the most impactful. We're going to see the most return on our investment. So, and I can't make that decision right now, because honestly, I haven't had the time to look at it. But I think given a larger team, we had departments and focuses, we'd be able to get a lot more information. Right now, it's really kind of too early to decide. But as far as the founding of it, I did put in our articles of incorporation. I reserved our name here in the state of Texas. And that's all I've done so far right now, just reserving the name. And that's the only thing to me that kind of really made any sense, just to reserve the name. And then once we actually have, I actually have more investors and members who want to be, I won't say investors, I would say partners who want to be involved and see the benefit of having a social enterprise that's focused on those objectives. Then we'll decide as a collective where we're going to actually incorporate, and then what is going to be the first marching grounds for infrastructural development.
If I can chime in real quick, this was kind of sounding to me like some sort of like a trust company. My knowledge of a trust company can be formulated across multiple states now. A lot of us already have, expertise in certain perspectives where there are corporations or companies that are already established in certain jurisdictions. This could all be set up in a way to where the trust company acts as like the enterprise, and then these companies or corporations could be subsidiaries of these the actual trust company. So yeah, I just wanted to chime in that part, and then also to as far as like the jurisdiction that it will be domiciled under, to that I think that's one of the areas of where I like talked about and I specialize in, because that's the number one key component, because when you're talking about tax implications, so I think that has to be taken into consideration, and then also legalities as far as like the different respective laws that come into play. But yeah, this was kind of sounding to me like a trust company, and I think that's something that could be built out if you want certain beneficiaries to benefit from, either starting this section of, and this sounds like something that could be collaborated across a bunch of different areas of business that are already in existence. So yeah, I think it can be something that is sped up from a perspective, if you look at it from that trust company perspective, to where you're not having to start a new company and expand it into each state or whichever state you're wanting to expand into. So yeah, I just wanted to get that, but I also want to be kept up on this too, because I like to participate in something like this myself.
All right,
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever wants to speak, go ahead.
I did have something I wanted to say to you, Black American Homeland, when you were talking about like public corporations, like state-approved monopolies or whatever. I view that as an incredible way to further our legacy, and I say that in the standpoint of integrity that you have. If you have, when we have the Black majority state, when we have the states, whatever it is, this is a way where we can allow people who have an interest in this particular area to grow their skills, to learn what goes on. Like, I find it, it's incredible. The number of people who go on to be physicians who had a parent or a grandparent or an uncle who were physicians, because they were able to grow up in the business. We talk about nepotism, and we've given it this really, really bad name. Most businesses are like family businesses. You know this because your parents did this, your dad did, your mom did it, whatever it is. And that is absolutely okay. It gives us a chance for our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren to learn the things that will push the society further and then also perfect it. So I think it's a great idea. And it just puts a place for people to intern and learn things and, take your kid to work day kind of a situation. I think it's perfect.
I think it's high time we did that in the political arena as well. Look at the Kennedys and Bush.
Well, Clyburn is doing it. People don't love Clyburn, but he is fully doing that. He is going to make sure his grandson or his daughter gets his seat. He's going to do that. I hate him, but that's what he's doing.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and I think doing that, especially disposal and waste disposal, getting those hazardous licenses for those who are interested in CDL, truck driving. That class H allows you to move all these type of hazardous materials, and again, those are it could be simple as just removing oil waste from restaurants. And there's money in that. It doesn't necessarily have to create a huge amount of profits, but if it just creates a corporation to where everyone who's a member owner is making at least $70,000 a year, you know, in the South. That's decent income. Like even in Texas, you know, $70,000 a year, that's decent income. You know what I mean? So I think just us leveraging those kind of things for our collective benefit. It's always a good idea. I mean, if I could get into this monopoly on, like Encore got a monopoly on delivery of electricity in Texas. You know, they got that monopoly down pat. They're pretty much the only a carrier for electricity. I don't even understand that shit, but hey, they are the main carrier for the state of Texas. So definitely, those are just the different ways that you can get in on that.
And may I also say this, right? So when you learn these things, this is where, like, the Department of Energy, like, people who get, like, become political appointees there are people who have a background in energy, even in, you know, Texas is like completely different, a completely different, what do you call it, platform than the rest of the country, right? They're their own thing. But these are the things that will exist. Like, you're going to learn this, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's, I mean, anything. You're like, the people who are going to staff these departments are going to come from these places. So again, having our Black majority state is going to ensure that in these federal agencies, we should be having people who come from our state, who are going to come from Delaware, Mississippi. And I say those two states not because I'm against it happening in Alabama. It's from a pure mathematical numbership. It's just, it's those two are the quickest and the easiest to take over. And I'll tell you, if there's nothing you will learn about me other than Alexis, is what is the easiest pathway to get the results I need. This is what I specialize in as a person. Namely, because my dad told me he expected me to have A's my entire way through school. So I'd be like, all right, Mr. Teacher, all right, Mrs. Teacher, what do I need to do to get an A so my dad's not going to be mad at me? Let's just do that. Tell me the bare minimum I got to do. So maybe that's the wrong way to approach it, but it's how I approach it.
Path of least resistance.
All the damn time.
All the time. That's the only way to do it. That's the only way to do it. Like, if you run your head against that wall, you are not being efficient with your time, energy, and effort.
Hey guys, I would like to introduce a new speaker. Her name is Val. Hello, Val.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. I just came into space. I'm listening. I want to introduce who I call, he's like my nephew, but he's my ex's nephew, actually, but he's still in the family. He's in Georgia, and he has what he calls Freedom Nation. It's a community in Georgia that they built from scratch, buying land, building homes, and they've created their own internet. I mean, just became, they're pretty much self-sufficient. I put, looks like a Zoom meeting that he was having. It's like his annual address for 2022. I put it in the Jumbotron, and I also put in some information about Freedom Nation. And it says we build Black cities. So I just want to, his name is Farouk. They're Muslims, but I think when he first started out the community, he had it more in mind for as a Muslim community, but I see where he's expanded it out. He does a lot of traveling in Asia, and he does a lot of business over there. Very, very, very smart young man. What I would want to do, if you guys are maybe interested in maybe like a Zoom or something with him, so that we set up something so he can introduce his concept, read his website. I put it in there, the Freedom Nation, and listen to his Zoom meeting and see if that's something. I mean, he's very successful. The village is successful in Georgia too. So just let me know, and I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
I would be open to listening and understanding. And, one of the things that I accept is that this world is not mine anymore. It's the future generations. And I am wholly focused on ensuring that nieces, nephews, cousins, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren inherit a world that is better than what I got. And the only reason I am as successful as I am today is because I come from a long line of Black American people who worked hard to ensure that it got passed down. So the onus is on me to continue to do that. So I'm going to support it in that regard.
Okay, thank you. I'll see what I can do. Set up something maybe let majority know. But I think that his concept is really good. I know when he first started, what he was doing, he was building homes out of the red clay here.
Wait, hold on a second. Don't discount the red clay.
I know. They're beautiful homes. They're cheap. What can I say? They're dirt cheap.
They are, but also that's a part of our history, right? So
yes.
One of the things that I like to talk about when I talk about Tuskegee University is Tuskegee Institute. And I have a great-grandfather who went to Tuskegee Institute, and he helped build those bricks out of red clay to build that school. This is our legacy. We do not have to give it over to anyone else.
Right.
I love that we talked about this, but let me tell you, he was down there making the bricks, building it, and he became an educator, right? But, everybody has a job to do.
Well, that's my hometown, so, and that's Farouk's hometown too, Tuskegee. So.
Okay, I love some Macon County, Alabama. I love some Macon County, Alabama.
Yes, I'm from Macon County, and Farouk is too, and his family. So I'm going to see what I can do, because the concept is good. They have their own internet. They grow their own food.
Listen, but
yeah.
He can go over there and get on that county commission for Macon County and start to listen.
Well, he's in Georgia. Their community is in Georgia.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, but even in Georgia, it works out to what we're talking about with like understanding how state control works and how these things like play in together. And he's doing a great thing. What we're talking about here would only augment it. So I think it's worth talking to. Yes. All right, thank
you. Thanks for letting me speak to I'll step in.
Okay. Is anyone speaking? I'm actually trying to key up this Malcolm X speech as you guys are speaking. I'm fighting my sleep so bad, just trying to stay awake. Just because I had a long week of very, very, very little sleep.
Okay, so may I say this real quick? I don't think anybody else was speaking, Black majority states. But yeah, you said you moved. So I think this is one of the things that we have to, and many people have talked about it. Deontay's talked about it. It's, because I'm going to tell you right now, moving back is the same as moving 1 mile away. It's the same amount of damn work to pack everything in this place to that place. I don't care how far away it is. It's always nice if you have somebody else to manage those logistics for you. It's always nicer. But you have to undertake that on your own. That's a lot of work. So I think it's laughable, but it's extremely important that you have someone to do it. Because I've moved a number of times. I didn't orchestrate all this moves by myself. I was just able to call the relocation people and say, my house weighs this many pounds, and you figure it out. I didn't even need you to come in and do. I didn't even come in and do like an estimate, because I could tell you, because I'd already moved like 3 times in the last 5 years. My house weighs this many pounds. End of damn story. Come in, do whatever. So I think that's important. But if you did all that work by yourself, God bless you. God bless you.
Yeah.
No, but for real, that actually would be a good business to develop. Is having
and who moved my goods from here to there with some truck drivers.
Truck drivers. Box trucks. Years ago, have a lot of
somebody to run the logistics of the office. That's not my industry. When I am hired to go place, I go to solve that damn problem. I need to tell you everything, but I've moved a number of times, and what I do know is I always need to be married when I move, because what happens is whatever company I need to turn on, whatever it is, they give me like this range where they're going to come and it's like, oh, I will be there between like 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Sometimes we get excited. I have a job to do. I can't get on with it. I need somebody sitting in my house to like lift them in and let them turn it in. It would make like so much sense if I had somebody sitting there to do it for me. And a couple times I had to have my mom come do it for me. I was like, I'm just take vacation, but just come do this. And, I had to play this consequences too, but it is what it is. It's a difficult process. But if you have kids that are going through it, you need somebody to manage that for you. And I feel like we have people in our community that can do it. But I did want to come. If you're tired, I get it. You move on your own. Way better than me. I'll tell the golf course.
Hey guys, this is Black Mirror. I have to get in about 10 minutes. I was wondering if there anybody there that want to pick up for me. I see DJ, I see Sean, I see Rella. Hey Rella, I didn't know you was in here. Yeah. Oh, State Company. I haven't seen the State in a long time. How you doing? I'm glad to see all the old folks in here. Well, that was well, I mean, people that been around for a long time.
Like American Homeland, when you get ready to move from where you are, I'm going to call out where you are, back to the state, that's a whole production. Somebody needs to manage that.
Right.
It's work. It's just a lot of it.
Absolutely.
And I've also had the privilege of being able to have, like, when I get ready to move, somebody comes in and packs up my house. Like, I'm not about to pack this stuff. Like, no, it's not to be, I'm better than anybody else. It's just like, this is not what I need to be focused on. I need to be focused on this problem I have to solve over there. Somebody come in and pack this up for me. And you can negotiate that when you do, like, relocations. Anyway. All right, I'm going to shut up for real.
Hey, Black. Are you there? Hey, Gray. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Okay. Yeah, Gray. I'm going to check out of here about 7 minutes.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, we had a good conversation, and but around this time, I like to take the family out to eat every Sunday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Right.
Mhm. Okay, well, definitely enjoy time with the family and everything like that. Hopefully, it's a nice warm day. It was very cold here about a week ago. We had our second blast of snow, which actually some of it did end up sticking on the grass or whatever. But it was like in the 20s some of those nights I was out there, So thankfully it warmed up into the 50s. So we're getting an early taste of winter where I'm at. But I heard someone talking about truck driving. I actually started in trucking as a owner operator delivering furniture. So it's kind of one of those things where even though it's been a long time, I kind of have the techniques of moving furniture and getting it through doors and up and down steps and everything like that. So
and Black majorities, I'm gonna tell you one thing I'm good at is people that are unpacking. I'm like, can you help me set up this bed because my dad's not here? I'm not married. Could you help me? 99 times out of 100.
Excuse me, God.
And it makes life so much easier. So, like, I appreciate that. Like, you're laughing, but it's the truth.
Yeah, it's any type of physical work is just hard work. I'll be honest with you. And I was delivering Ethan Allen furniture towards the end, and that is very heavy furniture, very solid. Um, yeah, those are some brutal times, and I was in North Carolina for much of that, and on top of all the work and the heat and just the mugginess down there, it was the yellow pollen that is like snow that was killing me. I was crying pollen. I was blowing pollen out my nose. It was brutal.
So, how old were you when this was happening with the pollen thing? I'm just gonna ask this just for a matter of perspective. How old were you then?
I was probably like 24.
Okay.
And it took.
Oh no, it takes a toll on you. But what I'm going to tell you about growing up in the South, I lived all that out when I was 7, 8, 9 years old. Allergy shots, pollen wreaked havoc on me. But one of the things that people learn, your allergies change over the course of your life. And some of it's about what you're exposed to, things of that nature. So yeah, you come into it, it's going to be a bit different. It is. But there are people down here who've already done it and can help you through it. Because I remember one time I was telling somebody something, I was like, okay, it's going to be a big pollen season, so these are things you need to do because you moved here from New Jersey. You're not going to be able to handle what happens in Alabama for you. That's right. What I'd like you to do. And so you give that information and see, this is that knowledge that we can pass along to each other when we move.
It's funny you say that because what I was about to say is it took about a decade for me, and I was only down there for a year, but it took about a decade for me not to have seasonal allergies where I needed to take Claritin or Zyrtec or whatever was out there. Now I just get it for like maybe a couple of days, but it doesn't get to the point where I need to take medicine, thankfully. But that is a serious concern for people moving from the north down to this different environment where the grass is different, the pollen is different.
And a piece of that helps us when we look at locally sourced honey, right? One of the best ways to treat allergies, even like with all the allergy problems I had as a kid, my dad had locally sourced honey. The bees have pollen, and they can help you locally sourced honey will do a lot. When I lived in Atlanta, we were talking about, like, I don't know how y'all businesses figure this shit out, but yes, it's absolutely a fucking thing. Go do it. Locally sourced, it will help you better. But if you can't get it, any kind of honey, natural honey, is better than no honey at all. I'm just gonna say that and leave it there.
Yeah, that's really good advice, honey. Yeah. So obviously I wouldn't have thought of that. back then. But
no, my dad was giving me a tablespoon every day. I'm telling you.
Man, great conversation. I look forward to the next conversations that we have about like majority strategy and just different ways that we can build and develop infrastructure. I gotta give it a hand. I gotta roll that tomorrow. But I was much appreciated for the conversation.
Good night, sir. Thank you for your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Deontay's always got the plan, the master plan, to be quite honest. So love.
I don't know.
I think it's my first time hearing him. Has he been on our space before? I think it's the first time.
He's been here before, but I've seen him in other rooms and things like that. So yeah, he's definitely on top of the things that he's involved in. There's no question about that. But it just shows, and it showcases the fact that whenever I hear somebody say we can't do it or we won't do it, or there was a brother in here earlier, God bless him. To me, he was just regurgitating talking points from the new black media and whatever. So, sometimes that is just for whatever reason, that is just a terrible thing when it comes to this particular issue. For what, I don't know how long they were really anti-migration, but there's that sentiment that was there, and I hear people kind of coming up with the same talking points about it over and over again. But thankfully, that brother was able to at least kind of jump off the fence a little bit and start to understand what we're talking about. Because anything else that I've heard is just not a solution. Most of it is very temporary. And I don't even think it's temporary, to be honest, because to me, temporary is something that'll last a generation or two. Some of these ideas, to me, may last one administration, and that's it. I really don't think too many ideas that I hear about, talked about, will last much longer than, if Gavin Newsom becomes president and California passes reparations and he gets in and he's able to do a few things in his administration. But once he's gone, it's gone. I mean, that's just the way it works.
Black majority state, may I ask you this question really quickly?
Yeah. Ooh, shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I want to ask this question because, I am a reparationist. I'm also a migrationist, right? I think, or as I see it, the best plan to reparations is state majority control, because reparations is nothing if not an appropriations bill. That's all it is. And if you don't have people up here touting the appropriations or saying we're going to hold up the government until we get this appropriations, you're not going to get it. I mean, to me, they work in lockstep with one another. This is also one of the things when you look at Special Field Order number 15. A lot of those men were saying, "Give us the land and get away from here. Let us manage this." They were already telling us state control is what it was. Like, Reconstruction is a great thing. You talked about it being like, it coming into fruition fully. But they work together without the people in the Congress to ensure it's going to happen. Reparations really doesn't happen.
Yeah, man, so many different people have tried to make that point in many different ways. And for whatever reason, again, we're stuck in we got to march our way to whatever. We got to protest our way. We got to boycott our way. We got to not vote our way. These are very old tactics that don't work. They're not relevant to the way the country is doing its business politically today. And for whatever reason, we're kind of stuck in that mode, in that model of civil disobedience. I think there's a strong case to be made if you had 50,000 people in Washington, D.C., refusing to move 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 or 4 years, because that's probably what it would take. At some point, they would capitulate, but we're not willing to do that. We're not going to do that. So if we're not going to do that, then the only thing that it seems we want to do is call phone numbers and leave voicemails, write emails. What else is it that we're doing? Go to whatever these open public conference meetings are, if we can get in. I just don't see us really, really pushing through the political process. And so, the other thing is, let's build 10,000 organizations or 100,000 organizations. Well, okay. If you're not a government talking to a government, you're not really talking to anybody, and they're certainly not talking to you. So we got to change the dynamic in order to change the dynamic. I just don't understand why.
You have to take the chessboard and completely turn that bitch over and say, like, you have to. And this is the thing that we're doing, and it goes back to, we are in federalism, and we have to embrace radical federalism to get what we want.
Can I ask a question? I was crashing early. I'm trying to perk up and get my energy back, but
me too.
I'm sitting here listening, and I just have to ask Alexis, where did you come from? Like, it's so refreshing to hear someone with your energy and your perspective come into a space like this. And
I come from Alabama. I've not been in this space for a very long time, but I was in these spaces for a while back. That I'm going to tell you, when I first heard Black Majority State talk about it, I was like, this makes perfect damn sense. I'm done with it. But my undergraduate major was political science. But I am from Alabama. But I come from a long line of people in Alabama and Mississippi who are married and passed down property. And everything I've accomplished in life is because of everyone who was there before me. My parents, grandparents on both sides, great-grandparents, all of this, focusing on, what we should achieve and what we could achieve. And I remember this specifically, and I like to tell stories, but I'm not going to tell a whole bunch. But I remember earlier I was talking about, hey, there's one point we lived out in the country, and we had to worry about the well or whatever. But when we lived out there, we lived right around, and he was like, I want to say 15 years older than my grandmother. But he would come get us. We go down to his area at the farm. And Landis went in the bedroom. We used to talk in the Civil War. But he would let us do things because we were her grandchildren. And it was his younger sister's grandkids. So we from this cornfield. He and his wife, they would let us do whatever we wanted to do. And, that is just a feeling of love and support that you can get from people that will really tell you can do whatever you want, and what you want to do is important to us. Like,
I'm sorry,
sister. I'm sorry?
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't being literal. That was like a rhetorical question. Saying that I appreciate your energy, and it's refreshing to see that you feel the way you do about the Black majority state and about our fight for political power. And even like on the reparations front, you answered the question just like I've heard Black answer it many months ago when people was giving him pushback, saying it doesn't make sense to try to say that reparations could be offered on the state level. How we can create like statutory conditions to pay ourselves reparations through allocating funding
bro,
from
thank you so much for that.
other residents. You know, in the field of like creating equity within the state, and we would draw reparations from other sources for ourselves in that way.
And also demand that federally reparations are paid out, because let's be very clear here, the only institution who can make money in this country is who?
The federal government.
Exactly.
And that's another thing. You're hitting all the points. You know, it's like
the power of the purse, the Congress. Yes. End of damn story. If you can get the Congress and hold that shit up.
Exactly. You made that point earlier with Manchin and Sinema and the other senator.
Tuberville from Alabama. One of my own. Listen.
There's one thing though, on the state level, a state can have its own bank, and the bank is able to issue money too. It's federally regulated, but a state does have the ability. You can't create money out of nowhere, but a state through a state bank, like there's a Bank of North Dakota.
No, there is. And one of those things with state banks is you have to understand that there are solvency things that you have to deal with. So may I go here for a second?
Sure.
I want to go back to the Silicon Valley Bank, whatever the hell that was, right?
Sure.
This shit's about to fail. And everybody knows, or I feel like everybody knows, that, you know, you keep a certain amount of money in FDIC-approved institutions or NCUA-approved institutions up to a certain amount based on how many things that you have. But what they had at Silicon Valley Bank was that they had people who had like $150 million in one damn account. Who the fuck would do that in our banking system? Unless you have control somewhere else. And so you have to have solvency. And so you have to have depositors, so you can increase the number of loans you have. So talking about ownership and share ownership makes a lot of sense. But we have to put the money where we are, and then you have to take that capital and give loans to the people. You're not just going to give loans to, like, oh my God, you're Sally Sue, who is, you know,
it has to be
John Smith's granddaughter. It has to be the people who are going to invest in that community. And that's where we have to have it. But yeah, Silicon Valley Bank failed because they put too much money in one damn place, and they don't meet the needs of the country. Anyway it goes, and they damn sure don't meet the needs of us.
Yeah,
it was just more welfare for rich people. It was more socialism for wealthy people.
They failed because they made bad investments on treasuries.
Mm-hmm.
And when the interest rates went up, they lost money.
They were upside down. They could never get out of it. And you couldn't sell them off because nobody wants that shit anymore.
and looking at how those depositors who had well over 250 or 500,000 in in their accounts,
who had like $150 million over there, I was like, y'all about to figure out.
But they were reimbursed, and that shows you that the wealthy always gets their way.
It's welfare for the wealthy. That's how this country works. It always has. It's socialism for the wealthy. Everybody else figure it out.
But just to get back to the point, I'm sure everyone in this room appreciates you being able to articulate the points the way you do about, our political predicament and what the solutions are going to be, which our main solution is the Black majority state. And you were addressing, and sorry if I'm jumping because I see Sean, I see you notice your hands up. There was someone early in the space that had questions and pushback on the Black majority state. And I did see once Yusef began to articulate the details of how a Black majority state would work, and also Alexis began to explain a lot of details. It did seem like that person began to soften and accept that state power is one of our best options.
I'm going to challenge you there. He started changing when he heard Yusef. I was saying what I could say from my perspective. It was not resonating. Yusef came up and interpreted that, and it was like all systems go at that point. This is why I was like, Yusef, you're the damn marketing manager. I'm just going to call it what it was. I was not resonating with him, and it's okay. And we did get to a place, but Yusef was the one that was the catalyst.
Yeah, let me go back to what Muffet said, because he said something that was personally important. I remember I have a tweet in my tweet bank where I stated that initially about the fact that these states could provide reparations. And the way they could do it is through discretionary spending. And an individual who shall remain nameless was in complete opposition to even the thought of that. Complete opposition. Fast forward in time, that same person who has done this at least 24 times has done a 180-degree turn, almost like in The Exorcist when the little white girl's head spins around. I thank you for at least remembering that, because to me it's actually something that it made me see that individual for what that individual really is, and that is irrelevant. So thank you for that. It's fucking crazy.
Hey, Black, can I guess who you're talking about? I think I knew exactly who you're talking about.
Nah, please don't. Please don't. We'll just move on. Let Sean go.
All right.
Yeah. Goodness fucking gracious.
Sean or State Power, you guys can come up. State Power is the first one. Hey, mother, State Power is the girl. State Power been up with her for a long time. Yeah, I appreciate everyone in the room. I thank you all. I'm just really, I don't know exactly what the conversation is today. And I just want to, observe and hear everyone's ideas and what's going on right now. So, let's peace to the room and bless everyone.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Just jump in whenever you feel the desire, the need. The title was simply about merging the new Southern Black migrationists who are descendants of the great migrationists. If you don't live in the South, in particular the Southeastern United States, you are in fact a descendant of a migrationist. And it is quite literally your duty as a descendant of a migrationist to return to the Southeastern United States, because this is what your bloodline did. And now that we can actually utilize our numbers to create this political power, this political state power, it is incumbent upon the descendants of the migrationists to in fact return and add, that's why there's a plus sign, add to the political power that the old Southern Black Loyalists, 10 toes down, have established up to this point. They need us to help them tip the scales in our favor.
Yeah, I can take that point. Let Sean go first, and I'll respond.
Okay.
Come on, Sean, give it to us. I'm a strong believer in the reverse migration, and I think about it from time to time when I'm in California. So my ancestors, they came from Texas and Louisiana in the 1950s, and they came to California, and they came here because they wanted a more accepting environment. And I think that, the history of Southern California is, it's very complex. It's not what people thought it was going to be when they chose Southern California. Southern California
California is built up by people coming from those states, and the second wave of great migration who come to build the ships for the Navy, who come to make a better life. They absolutely do that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. My ancestors came post World War II in the 1950s. They came to California and they did exactly what you said. So you're absolutely right. We came here though thinking that we were going to be in an environment that wasn't going to be as racist or as hostile. And I would encourage everyone here I'm from Palm Springs, California. I want everyone here to actually research what is Section 14. Section 14 is an area of land in Palm Springs, California, which is considered to be Native American land. And they were displaced from that area because of federal and state law. And so I definitely understand that, and the type of environment that we're pushed in, my ancestors were pushed in, it's not what they came there for. You know, they came there
Could be homecoming.
They were getting away from that type of segregation, that type of racism from the South. And, you know, being 36 years old, you know, a lot of the United States is racist. A lot of parts of this country is racist, and it's not just confined to the South. And I truly believe that we're in a better situation if we're actually consolidated as a state power. And so that's my handle, state power. And it didn't work in California. It's not working in New York. It's not working in the Middle East.
Well, I mean, why would it work in California when 6% of the state is black? It's going to be really hard to get there, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
6% of the state of California is black. Is that right? 6% or so?
Yeah, 6% of our state is
No, but
black.
say, why would you try to go take over something that's only 6% black when you got something that's 40% black or 33% black? Like, from a numbers perspective. I mean, not that your people are wrong or anybody was wrong. They were moving out for an opportunity, but I do believe that they also understood it. And anyway, I'm sorry. I just interrupted you for no reason. I'm sorry.
No, you good, Alexis. I appreciate you. No, I think at that time in history, there was a misconception that there was actually more racism in the South. You had the Confederates and the KKK, and a lot of this was actually planned out. It was planned out. These organizations wanted to get us out of the South where we were consolidated. They wanted to push us
and where we own land.
Yeah, and where we own land. You know, my family owned land in East Texas, Louisiana, and they wanted to get out of there because they understood federalism. Honestly, they understood federalism more than more of a lot of us. You know, slavery. You know, and this is no disrespect to my ancestors. My ancestors were very strong people, but they didn't grasp the idea of how the country was structured.
You know, I want to add this perspective. I'm sorry. They did grasp it. Reconstruction ended because of a specific reason. Reconstruction was going to give it to them, and Reconstruction was taken away, and then they had to get somewhere else because they did they made the best informed decision they could make at that time. And I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. You're right. That's why I say it's. I'm not down talking them whatsoever. They did what they did with the information that they had at that time. And I think it's incumbent to us to do what we need to do with the information that we have at this time.
and we know that it's important for us to have state power. It's important for us to have state authority, because that's how this country is set up. And so, you know, it, the problem here is that you got descendants of these people in the Midwest, and the East Coast, and the West Coast, and you know, we've been here for one or two generations, and we're becoming a little bit just we're becoming like we're not a part of the culture of the South. We're it's a little bit, but but my thing, I just said this the other day. I had a conversation with someone today, and I said, I've visited South Carolina, Beaufort, Savannah, Texas.
Mm.
I feel more at home in those states than the states that I was actually born in.
Yes.
So, and I love it. Every time I go to visit these places, I feel like there's something there, and it's ancestral. You could call it ancestral, ancestral type of vibration or whatever you want to call it. But I do. I just don't know. I'm from California, and I feel like I live in the state of Mexico.
Mm.
I don't feel at home as much as I do when I feel like when I'm in the South, and it's probably time for us to make that migration back home. Our ancestors left the states. They did what they had to do. They had their own ideas of why they needed to do that. And I don't hold it against them. I don't. I really don't. But it's becoming it's for us now to try to go back home and rebuild what we build. So that's actually the number one thing when they talk about the South. I don't want to go to the South because there's no jobs. I don't want to go to the South because it's a whole bunch of racists. I don't want. If you name a million things, they have a reason why we shouldn't go back to the South. It's no different than all of these 50 states.
No, thank you for saying that. And I want to say this: people often from New York will ask me, "How's it Alabama?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" It's like, "This is really racist." I'm like, "Because New York is not racist."
Right, exactly.
Where in America is not racist? Please point this out to me so I can go there. Newsflash, does not exist.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. We're safer and more protected when we have the control of the state, honestly. And so I'm a strong believer in it. And I pop in these spaces from time to time, and I wish I could be a lot more vocal about it as I am. But I promise you this, that I'm a Black American, and I strongly believe in our culture, and I strongly believe in what we're doing in this country. And if I can lend a hand in any way, I certainly will, because I believe it. And so this is the reason why I come to these spaces.
Yeah, we value, man, because when you could attend regularly, you added so much value to the conversation, and it carries, you know what I mean? So we do value, because I remember you were like the co-host for many moons. And you certainly added a lot of value to the discussion, and again, we are carrying forward that information. And we got some more folks. You may have noticed, or if you pop in more frequently, you certainly will notice so many more people have taken hold of the information and are starting to you know take responsibility and investigate and research, and they're bringing things to the table that, to be quite honest, I certainly didn't even think of or couldn't think of. And that's the beauty of having more and more and more people, owning this information and adding to the information. So if we get 10,000 people or 100,000 people all thinking in this way and adding their piece of information based on their experience or their skill sets, again, Black Americans will be unstoppable. I think just a dozen of us in a state like Delaware would be unstoppable. In Mississippi, 100 of us would be unstoppable. So, yeah, truly appreciate you.
Hey, Black. Look, when we like the first 6 months that we're doing our space, right? Then State Power came on, right? I was so impressed with State Power, and that guy, he just really excited me. And I'm 57, right? And like sometimes when you get older, and I've been doing this for a long time, been promoting the Black American Homeland for like 10, 11 years, right? And you get tired, right? Then people like State Power. Then you got new people, man, like Alexis. When you brought in Alexis, and then who else? Sean and Yusuf and Muffet and Rella. People like that, man, really gets me going, man. I feel like I can go another 10 years. So I'm glad those people. I'm glad these young people.
Black American Homeland, I'm upset with you for one reason and one reason only. I'm in auntie status. I can't do I'm too old. Like, I'm just gonna let you know I'm too damn old. But it does make me feel good that we have young people that are this smart and can do it. So I'm with you 100%. Like, I fought, I'll keep fighting, but my fight is not the same as it was when I was 22. I'm much older now. It's a different fight. But I need what you're doing to help us get there. And I support it 100%.
Yeah, I land there. Go ahead, Black.
Okay, yeah, it looks like Sean is up.
What up, everybody? Great conversation. Sorry I missed the beginning of it. I'm going to go back and listen to the replay. I want to make an observation. There was actually a space, I think he was in it by Lou Fax, talking about the concept of Negroism. I'm not going to get too deep in that, but he shouted out Black Homeland book in the space, and they spent a lengthy amount of time talking about State Power. And so basically, in that space, they were basically talking about Black Americans being very ethnocentric and adopting a form of Zionism. We call it Negroism. And they had Jewish Americans in there actually going back and forth, but weren't opposed to it at all, and were just giving their insights. And one of the things that stuck out to me, every Jewish male that was in there when they started talking about State Power, it's almost like they were smirking and laughing, like, dude, that's fucking elementary. That's something y'all should have been doing. That's light work. They all made something of that type of sentiment when they talked about us doing State Power. Like, dude, this is not hard to do. One person even said, all you gotta do is move. And I was like, yeah, see, that's what our people are making this too goddamn complicated. I always say it's simple, but it ain't easy. And the reason why it's not easy because we're making it not easy. It's point blank, period. We keep coming up with all these excuses and roadblocks. That, yeah, okay, it's fine to know if you travel down the road, there's going to be bumps in the road, you're going to have to stop at the stoplight, somebody might dart out the street. Yeah, it's true. But that don't mean you don't take the trip, and that don't mean you don't get to your destination. You know what I'm saying? That's what pisses me off. That's what angers me. But that's just people that just don't want to do it. When you don't want to do something, you're going to make 1,001 excuses why it can't be done. But I just found that very interesting. People that are used to power and understand the need for power, what it's used for, and all that good stuff, they look at that concept like, yeah, dude, that's elementary. Y'all should know that already. That's the basics. And that's the vibe they were giving. If you guys can go back and listen to that report, I'm sure you come to the same conclusion. It wasn't like they were being condescending and nothing like that. They were just like, come on, y'all need to catch up. That's the attitude there. Like, y'all really need to catch up with this power about having state authority. It was like, y'all are really behind on this one. Catch up.
And you know, I'm sorry.
And then go ahead, Lex. I told you I'm gonna be long with it.
No. I thought I was on mute. I'm sorry. I was doing something. Sorry, not your issue. Go ahead.
Okay, now I want to say this. We talk about reparations versus state authority. This basically people have to understand that they're not opposed to each other. You could be a reparations and a state authority person. I don't know what the proper term is for that. But the simple fact is, we can run simulations. We can look at our history. We can look at the history of these people and run simulations. So what does reparations look like without state authority? And what does it look like with state authority? We probably need to do a whole room on that, flesh it out, every scenario we can think of, and run simulations. This is what these think tanks do. So we should probably dedicate some time to doing that, so we can kind of flesh it out. I'm not saying have a debate about it, but just like really have a good faith conversation about it. Yeah, we probably that time is fast approaching to do that, because some people think you got to do one or the other, or they're diametrically opposed to each other. First and foremost, I will make the argument that state power is like the sword and the shield at the same damn time. You could use it as a sword, like Alexa spoke about, because it's going to give us major leverage. Imagine if we only had one state, how much leverage that would give us. And then we're talking about doing 8 to 12. That would give us all the leverage in the world to pretty much force their hand, if we had to give us reparations, because our people will be on the hill, and they will be able to, instead of having one person whoop the vote, we're going to have all those other people getting other people and negotiating on whatever they want to get signed to sign what we got to get signed, and fighting, arguing, and debating on our behalf, and holding shit up. How people don't see this, I don't get it. And then what I mean by the shield part, let's talk about the shield. Understand what happened with Reconstruction. We got pretty much something close to government permission or bailout, something very close to reparations, not the exact same thing, but what happened? Because we didn't have the power of the state and all of that entails, they were able to take it from us.
Because they wrested the power of the state from us. Remember, we had the majority in South Carolina. They were running shit in South Carolina.
We were fast getting here.
And these people were fucking scared. They were like, wipe all the state wealth out. Like, fuck that shit. They were like, nope, fuck y'all.
Great metaphor, Sean.
That's why you have to know it's vitally important that you have, because let's say we did reparations and we don't have state power. We need to really outline what that would look like. Really. And I'm not talking about fear money, I'm talking about realism. These people don't want us to be equal with them. They don't want us to have any civilian power. We've seen it. Just look at the history. We can just do predictions just based off the history of these people and see how they're going to respond. They're going to try to look what they're doing with affirmative action. You think they're not going to do that with reparations? You're out of your freaking mind. So when you have state power, that's the ultimate thing to protect. It's the Fort Knox to protect reparations. I'm one to say we're not going to get reparations until we get state power, because it will pave the road and make it so much more sweeter, so much more easier than we're pretty much begging them at this point. We're pretty much begging them at this point. Without leverage, we're begging. With leverage, we're making a real demand, and an or else behind that damn demand. You gotta have that or else it's just bluster. Now I like this to a movie. I'm a big nerd. One of my favorite movies is the Lord of the Rings trilogy, particularly the third movie. So basically, you guys should probably go back and watch it.
Hey, can you tell me which movie you're talking about? Which trilogy?
Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Okay.
Return of the King, the last one. So this is the scenario to kind of remind you what we're going through right now. So you have the reparations, you have the state power. So essentially, the reparations went and they were coming from Rohan, which is a different country or state, to defend what was called Gondor. And they went there and fought this great battle, but they were vastly outnumbered and they were going to fucking lose. But they fought valiantly, heroically. They were going to damn lose. And then you had this other person that was told by this wizard that, hey, you can't go with him. You have to come in a different way. That other person actually went to this other ruins of this mountains of people that were cursed or were actually ghosts, and woke up that power. He woke up that power, and at the very moment that the people that rode into Rohan that were battling were about to lose, him and those ghosts came in and won the day. And I liken that to having state power. People that are reparationists, you can concentrate on that power. But we know that you're facing you're pretty much facing a losing battle if you don't have state authority. So we're not going to sit there and argue with you and go back and forth. What we're going to do is we're going to go wake up that power and come help win the damn day. And that's the way I look at it. I'm not arguing with you. We want the same things. We want power and authority for our people. We want justice for our people. We want our people to have a future. So what are we arguing about? There's nothing to really argue about. Now, we can't highlight some things, but hey, we're going to come in from the back door to help win the day. And that's just pretty much it. That's what we're doing here, and that's the way I like it. We're doing. I support reparations 100%. Any reparations candidate running, I will back you with my dollar. I will back you with actually campaigning, which you want canvas in the ground if I have the time to do it. But my main focus is getting state authority and letting this idea, which nobody, you guys heard us saying, nothing is more powerful than the idea of time has come. This idea's time has come. And that's just it. And I hope you guys get what I'm trying to say. Go back and watch that movie. It'll click to you like, oh wow, that's a great analogy. We're going to awaken the power of state authority to help win this battle of reparative justice for our people. And I'll end.
Sean, I just want to say you're doing some exceptionally good work. Youssef was discussing the way to project branding or marketing. How do you explain the concept of state power in a clear and concise way for people that's easy to understand? And your metaphor, a sword and a shield at the same time. That's perfect.
I appreciate that. That's what it truly is. When you think about it, it's truly that.
Yeah, you get a lot of pushback. It's just because when people first encounter the idea or concept of state power, it's really not familiar to them. So like the fear crops up in their mind, and there's all these things that they bring up on why it can't be done. But when if they're in a group and it's explained to them by one person, then another person comes in and hits it from a different angle. It assuages all of their fears, and after a little while, the person that was here earlier, they can't help but agree that it is our best chance. The political option is the highest form or our best solution above all others. And even when it comes to reparations, the path to reparations would be best accomplished through state power, because then we would have leverage against the federal government. And as Alexis mentioned earlier, if controlling one state, we'll be able to send 2 senators to DC for every state that we have control over, and there's no legislation that will move until they conceded to our demands. Presumably, because there's another scenario that can take place. But
right, but I mean, it's like a game of chicken with these people.
Exactly.
Do you want your entire life to fall down, or are you gonna do this? Let's play this shit out. But listen, we've been down bad before as Black Americans. We're running on this. We can do down bad better than you can. That's how I play it. But maybe I'm wrong there.
And what's funny to me is we have these rah-rah people, burn it all down type of people that they told that as being the only real option. And we essentially time and time again, everybody's kind of accountable. Let's try this first. I like that okay, you just want to run out there and fight and die, but how about you live for your people first? It's much more noble.
True. And violence that's the easy and lazy way out. It takes more valiance to do what we're doing and try to build a movement. Violence is easy. It's like a flash and you're gone. Or you do something and the state is going to come and clamp down on you and you're in prison for the rest of your life. Why do something more, long lasting and enduring? And this is that movement. And it's also, as I've said in the past, it's something that we don't have to ask for. State power is as easy as moving and voting. You know, you move to a location, a predetermined location, you organize with others, and you vote in a block. And it's that simple to elect a governor.
So, Muffet, may I ask you this question? Who would have thought that in a representative democracy? It was me being funny or trying to.
Yeah, I know that. It was rhetorical. I get it.
I like it. Pretty good.
Can I go back to like you were discussing with state power earlier, the Reconstruction period, and I just wanted to say the Reconstruction period was a very complex period, and our ancestors, they were really valiant. They fought hard. They had a lot of accomplishments. It's not like they lost. You know, they were facing overwhelming odds and overwhelming violence. And even reading certain books on the time after Reconstruction, like the 1920s to the 1950s, it wasn't just a matter of them fleeing violence. They were coerced and coaxed.
They were pushed off the land for a reason.
It varied. It varied. It was different situations. Some were pushed. Some experienced companies from the north sending representatives down to the south and begging them to come up to the north to work, promising them.
Because they needed some labor to make them wealthy. Now, you're absolutely right. It goes both ways.
Just FYI, sorry to interrupt, but it's got to step away from money.
Okay, no problem. But our ancestors did exceptionally well with the resources and under the circumstances that they were living under. They actually coming right out of Reconstruction in the early late 1880s. We had deputy governors. There were, I don't know the number of congressmen, but like a large number of people of Black Americans that went to Congress.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how many senators.
Well, there were Blanche K. Bruce.
What is it? Hiram Revels.
Howard Revels was in the House of Representatives, right?
House of Representatives. Okay.
Yeah, but Blanche K. Bruce from Mississippi was a senator, right? It all works in conjunction, and you're absolutely right. We have to understand they made great damn decisions. How else do you have a people who were enslaved, and within 9 years of enslavement ending, they built amongst themselves. I mean, just if you look at the Freedmen's Bank alone, they had built $80 million worth of wealth in today's money just because of what they had pulled together. There is no other reason that you have our people able to have that wealth other than we were the technology that drove this country. We were the culinarians, we were the architects, the bridge builders, we were physicians, we were horticulturalists. We understood the soil. And this is one of the things they were teaching at Tuskegee Institute was like, you do this, but how does this impact the soil? And you have to do crop rotation. All of this is within us. And, it's because we were the technology that built this country.
And I want to say one thing to Black. I covered Claude Anderson today, and it occurred to me that Claude Anderson's message is our message. So when there is pushback, the simple answer to that is that Claude Anderson supports through his ethno aggregation, his support for that. That's the same thing as a Black majority state concept. The Black majority state is the highest form of ethno aggregation, and utilizing our resources in a vertical format is exactly what Claude Anderson proposes. So whenever there's pushback, just have to simply point out this is exactly what we're proposing is exactly what Claude Anderson was talking about. Talk about branding.
Yeah, shout out to the Only Male Cruise. Man, she had she hit me on the back channel for that. But man, like I said, I'm normally not up that early anyway, but I was in the process of moving and everything, and I had dropped off the U-Haul, and then I went to Walmart. I fell asleep in the parking lot. And I've just been like fighting through this whole week. So these next couple nights, I'm gonna definitely be hitting the Z's a lot earlier than normal, just so I can get kind of caught up here. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to listen to that on her YouTube channel and tap into it. She's um, she's been doing that Claude Anderson series, and I'm not sure if it was the last one or the one before that where she mentioned as she's reading it, she said ethno-aggregation, and it was very, very clear that that's exactly what he was talking about. He just didn't make the connection to state authority. However, he worked in the government, so as soon as he, you know, heard this concept, and it's unfortunate, he was in that space, and that was my question. My question literally was framed. This was before I had ever heard of ethno-aggregation, I believe. But I had made the question in a way to draw out from him, from his own mouth, how important the state authority would be. But again, he it was a great space, but he just wasn't open to questions or whatever, or at least because I was in the queue for the questions, but they just never really opened it up like that. So it would have been a very important question to be asked, and in my opinion, probably the most important question to be asked, and then to let him have the chance to answer it. So hopefully there will be a future opportunity where he's able to get some questions like that, and then able to sort of give an answer. But yeah, I agree totally that when I read the information, when she read the information, it just clicked, it just connected. So again, it's divine information. And it's funny what Sean said, and I used to say this in spaces a lot. Whenever you talk to the others, the clears, the oppressors, the colonizers, they immediately recognize how powerful it is. I had a conversation with a high-ranking libertarian who's in New Hampshire, and during that conversation, he was like, "Yeah, you guys can do this with no problem. You could easily do this. You have the population." And he was saying how the Libertarian Party just can't do it because they don't necessarily have the numbers to do it. Everybody except us kind of recognizes how easy it would be for us to do it. It's just this, brainwashing, conditioning in the space yesterday with shout out to Miss I am. She was talking about the spiritual binding, the spell casting, and so there's a lot of this that it's kind of a situation where they call it deaf, dumb, and blind, but it's more or less that the veil. And matter of fact, shout out to Miss Giselle. She's got an important space tomorrow with Ish Friedman. It is the veil is over our eyes in many ways, and we are doing our best to try to remove the veil enough so that enough of us fully understand it, and we can take the appropriate action. So we're getting there. Trust me, because like I said, 2 years ago when the Spaces started, 4 years ago when I was on Facebook. I mean, you'd have conversations and people kind of got it, but you could tell after a few back and forths that they really didn't understand it. Um, we're way past that point now, though. I mean, people are capturing the information, and some are still, they just still stuck in that no vote boycott um, cycle. But we're never going to boycott or no vote our way into power. It requires us to actually be in power to be in power. So we're going to get there. I have no doubt, no question in my mind. And it just kind of is what it is. I've been trying to find this Malcolm X clip. I swear to goodness, you would think YouTube would simply have this particular speech. In the Ballots to Bullets speech, he kind of talks about things in relation to a black voting bloc. I think this is when he started using the term Afro-American a lot, after he left the Nation of Islam. And but this other speech where he had, I think it was his founding of the organization he founded, which was like the African or Afro-American Unity organization. He really is talking about voter registration, getting our people to vote, getting our people to use their vote in a way that would be to our advantage. And there's a lot of small clips where they break it up, so you probably have come across some of those clips. They kind of take out the voting registration part, and they kind of, it's either before or after that particular section, which is really, really kind of nefarious. But I'm trying to find the clip in his words because I think it's very important to hear it in his words. So I'm gonna just keep digging, and if I find it one day, I'll post it on Funded Socially or something. But I'll certainly post the link to the transcript of it, and then if someone can find the actual clip, we can play it. Because again, I just really believe he was someone who, my God, if Malcolm X was talking state authority instead of separation, after the civil rights movement, after these so-called rights were bestowed upon us, man, what a different world we'd be living in here. So, yeah, crazy. Okay. We got somebody requesting DJ, big DJ. That's what's up. All right. Man.
Things can't be that easy though for us. We're going to have to be the ones that make this. All of our forebears did their part, but us moving forward, we're going to be the ones that help our people realize what's in their best interest.
Hey, bro, use Google, not YouTube. YouTube search engine is not equipped for deep search results. There you go. Drop down. What's good, family? Black State
Radio. Yeah. Oh man, let me see if it'll let me talk now, because I'm actually about to close the YouTuber. Oh man, nope, I'm stuck out. I'm locked out. Can you hear me? I can't see, my thing is not changing, but I can hear it. Okay, so yeah, so I had my default search is DuckDuckGo, and then I was on the YouTube, and then I had just literally switched over to Google. I'm finding different results, but I'm still not finding it the way that I need to find, like that speech. But Yeah, I'm about to shut this YouTube down because I mean, I was over here fighting bad, and then state power came up. It kind of woke me up a little bit, but um, yeah, I was hoping to get, because it's interesting. I was hoping to get some Southern folks who kind of were on the opposite end of just not wanting, the migration to happen, because there are some people out there who kind of have that. Oh God, damn it! Did it kick? No, no, I got kicked. Hello?
I can't hear him.
No, I got kicked. I got kicked. Oh man, they do that so often. Ah, God. So no, I was God, I kind of lost my frame of thought now, but we got a new speaker, Cousins up. So I'm gonna close the YouTube for anybody that's on the YouTube, and then I'll try to hang around a little while longer, and then we could kind of just shut down, I guess, in a little while. But oh yeah, I was saying about the Southern people. There are a small group that may feel like, based on past experiences, that they're not necessarily looking forward to hundreds of thousands of us moving into these states, or millions of us eventually. I think it's up to us in that situation to not um, be the people who create a hostile situation, or an annoying situation, because I think what they fear the most is, the people from the north and the west coming down there, and essentially changing the culture, and essentially making the southern states much like these northern and western liberal, cities are, and with all the liberal agendas that occur. And so it's very, very important that we are not on that wave, and we kind of look out for people who, support that liberal platform. Because people in the South tend to be conservative, and that's a good thing in my opinion. Um, so that's just I was hoping someone from the South would kind of put that perspective out there, just so we could talk about it. But
so I'll say this really quickly to what you're saying. It's white conservatism is not black conservatism. Like
right.
They are completely
absolutely
different. Like
Mhm.
it's not done up the same way, And I do feel like most people
Okay, YouTube, I'm peacing out 2 and 2. Hey, Miss. Oh man, I didn't realize you was up in her in the building.
Us as what states' rights
Miss
is,
Trigger, I didn't know you were up in here.
have our best interest at heart. Like
I am
again,
so
look at
sleepy.
it, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna take this city of Jackson.
I'm about to go to
and now
sleep.
make our own little district here to rule it. And you can't fight it because you don't control the state legislature. Their conservatism is not ours.
But next week I'll be in a better. I'll have my flags up. Try to do something with this lighting, because at least I got the red.
And their whiteness.
We got to do something. But peace. See you next week. Black majority state authority. Be a reparationist and a migrationist.
Peace. We're gonna work in concert, right?